Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
بس باش نحبس لك التيست ديالك الله يسلمك.
Check 1 2 1 2.
C'est bon. Alors, كاين لا لا كاين في الطاولة كاين في الطوابق. شي
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'd like to introduce myself, Fatima Mbaz, manager at the Employment Department of MCA-Morocco, and I'm delighted to welcome you in this international seminar on results-based financing. Before we start, we'd like to start with a small note of housekeeping. Simultaneous interpretation is available throughout this seminar, and we have made available kits for you to be able to follow in the language of your choice. Please grab a headset if you'd like one. We will now start with the opening session. We are delighted to have such a high-level panel, including the Minister for Financial Inclusion, Small Enterprise and Economic Development. Honourable Minister, the floor is yours. In the name of God, the most gracious and the most merciful, may the blessings of God be upon his prophet and his kinship. There seems to be a small microphone problem. It's true that red doesn't always mean it's working. It should be green. It'd be more intuitive. So, I am delighted to take part in this, to participate in this series of workshop. I'm also delighted to be able to share with you this few moments. Unfortunately, we have a lot of work at the moment mentioned on our tables. It is nonetheless important to support this effort and this research and reflection. It's for 2 days, isn't it? Yes, 48 hours on a topic which is very important. It's an important topic, and I'm sure that you will also be able to do the reverse demonstration on the relevance of this method as compared to other countries and projects which are typical, which are relevant to Morocco. FBR allows not to invent programs and create products and services. You have to really position yourself clearly, but it allows to improve them and lay the foundation for a certain rigor in how public procurement is done to ensure that it's social, to ensure the improvement of the impact of policies, and this is crucial. It's also somewhat controversial as the cost of the measurement system deployed for some of these projects, which might be somewhat small by comparison, or for middle income countries, might be somewhat controversial. On the base of an experience-based approach, as these 2 days will highlight, this will allow us to focus on the existing experimentation and then determine whether or not, on the basis of this experience and the evaluation of the existing tools and the existing systems and mechanisms, when it comes to employment and employability in particular, given the different strata that we have below, can we do something with this? Is it scalable? Can it be also scaled up and generalized? These are the fundamental issues that we need to answer as policymakers. That is the topic before us today. Also, we would like to consider the relevance of making it an important pillar in how we contract out actors, as the other equation that is before us is one of scale. I mean, we have an important number of needs, not in education, employment, or training. We have employment policies, we have intermediation, we have policies that need to be deployed locally, we have experimentation in such as the National Human Development Initiative, INDH. Let's just be clear here, it doesn't work as a whole. Indeed, insertion as it exists is not sufficient. The experience of our youth are not satisfactory. The experience on the ground is an issue, and the consequences of unemployment are compounded over the years, and every study will show that there is very little light at the end of the tunnel for these young people. So I don't think we should satisfy ourselves with tools or the elegance of tools or approaches or anything that we are experimenting with. As policymakers, we need to respond to the needs of the many and ensure that the tools that we use are adapted both to our means and to our challenges. That is what's at stake here. Scaling up is therefore crucial. Otherwise, we will just stay with pilot programs, which we have known many of. We have experienced many pilot programs, but the importance of this partnership allows us to experiment, to test different approaches, But for a government for whom scaling up is crucial, it is important not just to measure the relevancy of a policy at a small scale, but also to determine whether or not it is possible to scale it up and at what cost. So that is, to me, the requirement before us and the key factor in the decision whether or not to invest. And very intuitively and in link with the values of accountability, I would like to focus on the act if and only if it addresses the needs of the many. The last comment I wanted to make is that scaling up is a multi-dimensional challenge. We have a state, that's great. It's organized. There are intervening agencies. There is an ecosystem of civil society and private actors and civil society actors which are crucial, who develop expertise, who know the ground, who know the field, who understand, who are confronted on a daily basis to these issues. The state in the past would focus more on a isolated action, should I say, which is working through its own resources directly. This is the eternal discussion that we have in both in Parliament and the financial ministry. How many agencies will you add? What profiles will you add? How will you focus on entrepreneurship, on employment, etc.? So this is a quantitative approach which has its own limits, of course, and I can assure you that we have reached these limits. So as to address the needs of the many in our local territories, we will have to do this in partnership, which requires a model. And this model must be flexible enough to fulfill three crucial missions. The first, to provide actors with an opportunity to structure themselves. If we were to operate from day one, all the fixed overheads already set out would not be covered. If you're looking at it, things from a conceptual point of view, that it is your duty to do it and is therefore your duty as a state to organize actors and cover the organization costs for these actors to deploy their activity without seeking revenue that would degrade the quality of their approach and recruitment, which means that the model will need to be split. And in the second part of the model of creating labels, these actors would act and would need to be compensated financially and look at rather exploitation costs rather than investment costs. We've experimented with both aspects, for example, in urban transport, where all operators are operating at a loss. And so we try to provide a financial investment cost. And here we're trying to do the same thing to have an active network. And this is a crucial element of our policy. Thirdly, we need strata. We need champions. We need relays and champions. Either we don't have them or they're not yet recognized or identified. NGOs who can be leading action on which we can rely to respond to the needs of the many. Might be done through zoning to say that such operator or actor will focus on this given region or area, or it can be another model. But if I have a recommendation or actually a request, if I may, to get feedback of your works, these are the conditions, which is the model for scaling up, for generalizing, to see where are the gains to be made from optimizing, and is it also, can it be popular in a political aspects. So we need to focus on initial investment, exploitation costs or permanent activities, and thirdly, the development that will allow for efficient actors. And you need to bear in mind that things might change significantly over the course of time, as they have for example, early schooling. There are children who enter in a school, the model is there, and then things are tweaked or optimized. In leadership, this is called a technical challenge. In this case, it's quite complicated. You're in contact with the streets, with people who will be transiting through these spaces, will not be homogeneous in age and prerequisites and qualifications, and then it's the jungle. Is it private sector? Is it cooperative? Is it public? Is it self-employment? So it's open in both at the entrance and the exit of the system, which means that this system will clearly be quite complicated with multiple actors, and it'll be difficult to find anybody who has a good handle on the variety of issues. There are multiple factors: the quality of the actors, the economic environment, the policy environment. You are experts. You know the topic. I just wanted to highlight my personal interest in the topic that you will be debating today. I saw there will be many examples from different countries, and I'm delighted to welcome our guests for them to speak of what they have done, their experience, and hopefully this will inform and inspire our own experience. And I encourage all those in our country who are happy to contribute, but please bear in mind the long-term objective. And we are very proud of what you are doing. Please bear in mind that the issue is still very much relevant, and it's not through a fractioned approach that we will be able to address this issue. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for this opening speech. I would now like to ask Mrs. Alicia Robinson from MCC Africa to take the floor.
Merci beaucoup et bonjour. Monsieur le chers partenaires. Tout d'abord,
dear partners, first, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you to this seminar on results-based funding. We're here to discuss and address this very important subject, share our experiences and ideas. I am delighted to be amongst you, and I would like more particularly to thank Minister and Mrs. Director of MCA-Morocco, who honor us with their presence here. My thanks go as well to the team of MCA-Morocco for organizing this seminar. Mr. Murad Bandar, Mrs. Fatima Albaz, as well as all the other members of the team. And I would like also to thank the MCA-Glo team. Results-based funding is a key issue when we address the efficient management and also the achievement of sustainable development goals, because it enables governments to deploy their fundings where it is necessary and reach tangible results benefiting the citizens. And together, we're going to explore the opportunities and see the challenges related to results-based financing. We're going also to discuss the best practices and the required tools to implement results-based financing. And we are convinced that this discussion will be rich, and we hope that you will be able to draw from our discussion good results and beneficial fruit. We recognize the international dimension of these 2 days and the international public following our proceedings online. So I'd like to say some words in English regarding the work, MCC work.
Has enabled it to act as a leader in development effectiveness, a status we are constantly renewing by continuing to adopt new practices and tools. One such tool increasingly being adopted to support development effectiveness by MCC, and others is results-based financing, or RBF. MCC's journey with RBF actually began in earnest here in Morocco. Back in 2015, we approved the RBF for Inclusive Employment Program, as well as including RBF incentives for performance improvement in the water and power sectors in Sierra Leone. You'll hear more during these 2 days about both of these programs, their successes, challenges, and the lessons we've learned along the way. We're incredibly proud of the work being done here in Morocco with INDH, as well as the Ministry of Economic Inclusion. So thank you again for your work to pilot this important initiative and for hosting this seminar. Since then, we've been working to assess our experience and develop tools to identify when, and just as importantly, when not to use RBF. Such work with the Morocco experience as a cornerstone has given us the chance to explore the possibility of including RBF in other country programs in Africa. While we're certainly not the first or the biggest organization to use RBF, we have been told that we are one of the first donors to systematically analyze how and where we can deploy the tools and incentives of RBF within the parameters of our model. Already, the use of RBF has helped put a laser focus on the impact that MCC programs are achieving, as well as create a pool of experience and evidence that we hope will be of use by other governments and donors in their implementation of similar programs. We hope that during this 2-day seminar, we will be able to share with you some of these experiences and some of the learnings we have drawn from them. We also hope that this seminar will create a discussion space where different parties that have used RBF as a tool can come and share their experiences with us and with each other, so we can take stock of the status of RBF and other results-based approaches. This will give all of us the opportunity to further these practices for the sake of poverty reduction and economic growth, both in Morocco and across Africa. Once again, thank you to our hosts here in Morocco, Thank you to Mr. Minister and to all of our partners in advance for making this seminar a success. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Directrice Générale.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Director General. I give the floor now to Mrs. Malik Rashi, General Director of MCA-Morocco. Good morning, everybody. Minister of Economic Inclusion, Small Businesses, Employment and Competences, Mr. Representatives of Mr. Wali, charge of NDH coordination, Mrs. Director General in charge of Africa within the Million Challenge Corporation, this is President of the Resident President. First, we are delighted to see our joint efforts being crowned today in order to support the Employment and Economic Inclusion Program based on results through the organization of this international seminar to share our experiences. I would like to thank Mr. Minister for being sincere in his address, and I would like to thank him for taking some time to be with us and honor us. Well, he's very busy. I indeed listened to him regarding what is expected from this seminar, and we will up to his expectations, inshallah. MCA is a lab, and we have experienced different models in different sectors. And the idea behind the organization of this seminar and this closing ceremony is to set up a model that could be duplicated by the government. I'll talk about this later. I would like to thank Mrs. Alicia Robinson, Mrs. Cameron Han, and Mr. Ryan Moore, and through them, my thanks go to the whole team of the Million Challenge Corporation, especially those based in Washington, for the support they're providing to us through Compact and what the agency has been implementing. I would like also to thank the experts, the panelists from Africa, Latin America, and Europe, as well as the Stiglu team, whose thoughts and innovation will surely enrich our debate. This seminar is a space for sharing regarding the learnings and the deployment of our programs based on regarding results-based funding. Also regarding the contribution of the private sector and NGOs. Let me recognize also the participation of the Moroccan Employment Agency, APPROASHES, and the Moroccan Human Development Initiative. Regarding inclusive economy and employability and the poverty reduction efforts, this program comes to boost the national Moroccan government program. And this program focuses on performance-based management, focusing on some targeted population groups, especially to improve services provision in the field of employment and social inclusion, take into consideration the contractualization constraints and the budget management ones. So in addition to the results-based funding programs, we have also supported the Human Development Initiative and other programs using results-based funding in order to overhaul their programs and make available some tools in order to have a tangible approach. We are happy to have been able to contribute to this endeavor and to have initiated a positive drive between local actors and see how we can replicate this model in other sectors. Mr. Minister, you have talked about preschooling, and I think that the Moroccan Human Development Initiative bases its approach also on entrepreneurship. So employability and economic inclusion require more investment, as you rightly said so. So such additional investments will help us to multiply pilot experiences, knowing that the launching of the results-based funding has coincided with the date of the closings because of COVID. So we have 2 years of the program which have been impacted by such decisions. So we should take into consideration such impacts. We do need to strengthen the capabilities of the actors in order to have this such actions on a sustainable way. The aim here is to improve program performance. I'm convinced that the strong commitment and the involvement of all parties will enable us to achieve the expected results to the benefit of the employers, the workers, and the job seekers. During the 2 remaining months, we stay available in order to provide more documents and build up more knowledge based on what we have learned through the pilot period, and also make the needed transition and generalize this concept where it could prove to be useful. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Lassri, pour ce mot d'ouverture.
Thank you very much for this opening speech. We will now move to the first session, where we'll be presenting the objectives and agenda, as well as an initial definition of RBF. I would like, therefore, to now give the floor to Mr. Mohamed Ben Tahar, who will be leading this first introductory session. So, quick overview on the compact. Microphone, please. Honorable Minister, Honorable Director, Honorable Resident Director, Honorable General Director, ladies and gentlemen, once again, the MCA agency is delighted to welcome you into this workshop and would like to thank you for your attendance, which bears testimony of your interest to today's theme. Before we go any further, I'd like to quickly provide you with a quick overview of the compact, and I will provide you in a few minutes some elements of the compact. I will just move this so I can see the screen myself. So the compact now is the second cooperation program between the USA through the MCA and the government of Morocco. It is a 5-year program with a 9-month extension, as mentioned, because of COVID, which has provided us with a bit more time to achieve objectives. $460 million from the USA, 80 million from Morocco. The project was launched in June 2007. It was supposed to close, of course, in June 2002, but the decision was made to provide a 9-month extension to and it will the MCA mission will finish in the 31st of March. Next slide, please. The objective of the compact is to boost the quality of human capital and improve land productivity. Why human capital and land productivity? Well, initial studies have highlighted the major constraints impacting economic growth, and therefore focus was made on both human capital and land productivity. And these two major projects are the key to this program. The first aiming to improve human capital, and the second point, to improve land productivity, be it for industrial or other use. So in the first aspects, we're speaking to professional training and job market access. Multiple activities were deployed either to capacitate or strengthen national competencies when it comes to evidence, so as to better inform policy making, including the deployment of a new program which has a new approach, but mostly to experiment with this new approach where focus was made on other actors of the job market, in particular NGOs and civil societies and maybe private agencies. And we also experimented or also evaluated mechanisms and tools in a framework of results-based funding. As part of this activity, two actions were carried out. First, a experimentation, a pilot program, which was deployed so as to learn as many lessons as possible when it comes to the defining of results, the measurement of these results, and the impact of this activity, so as to focus on the result and the impact on beneficiary. We also looked to strengthen, build capacity of the institutional actors so that they could better deploy these new methods. So, this context given, this workshop today is crucially focused on a wide range of experts from different horizons, including experts from Colombia, who were the first to deploy these methods, but also African countries. And with these and the different representatives of African countries with whom we have been working and whose contribution has been crucial. So therefore, this debate will seek to not only focus on technical aspects, but also focus on the crucial issue of scaling up, as the government is focused on being able to scale up these efforts. For the moment, initially, though, this said, the objective is not to focus on the masses, but to evaluate these tools and evaluate how these can be tuned and define the deliverables. How can we scale up these programs? And then we will look at how these programs can be scaled up. So this workshop is focused on feedback on experience. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, I have to leave you. Thank you very much. And successful work proceedings to you all. So feedback on the pilot programs here in Morocco or in countries who have already used such programs. And ultimately, to measure the potential of such mechanisms to respond to the needs of the many when it comes to employment and ensure that its benefits are distributed as widely as possible. To this end, we have invited a wide range of panelists, and after the opening, after the break, we will have our first panel to share with you an identification of the RBF mechanism, what is the logic underpinning it, what are the tools that it deploys, and then we will be hearing of the experience in Colombia and how the program there was scaled up. And after lunch, we will have two other sessions, one on international and future perspective of RBF, and RBF for Morocco, to mostly focus on how on the content of the Moroccan experience, the Morocco experience, sorry. In the second day, we will be focusing more on debates between specialists and policymakers and what are the resulting perspective. We will then focus on African perspectives with a number of distinguished African colleagues who will speak to their own experience and their development perspectives for this tool. And this is a particularly interesting session, as it is in this session that we will share our experience in the implementation in both from inception to delivery and evaluation of the quality and the tools deployed to that end. I would now like to invite you to a 10-minute coffee break before we start our first session. Thank you very much.
Je m'excuse, il y a juste...
If I may, very quickly, the introductory session. A bit of housekeeping. During the coffee break, we will have a 15-minute break, and then we will start with our first panel on experiment. The Colombian experience.
Contour. 살살. 잘 굴러가야 돼, 진짜.
Hello. Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will return now to our workshop with Mr. Pierre Rodel, manager for the Moroccan desk at Insiglia. Thank you very much. Good morning, all. I'd like to thank the General Director of MCC for its introduction, as well as the kind introduction by the Honourable Minister and the General Director. I'm the head of the Morocco desk for Instiglio, and I am delighted to welcome you today. Instiglio works with governments to improve policy in different sectors, including education and employment, which is our main focus. We have been mandated by MCC-Morocco as part of the second compact to support them in the design, implementation, and monitoring of RBF programs, as introduced by Mr. Ben Tahar a few minutes ago. We also support technically and strategically institutional actors such as the ANAPEC, as well as the INDH program, and we have supported each of them in their transition to intervention models which focus on results and impact on civil populations. It is in this capacity that we have, and it is in this capacity that we are participating in these sessions. And if you'll allow me, I would like to introduce you to FBR-based.
Alors, il s'agit tout d'abord.
So this is mostly about setting the issues that RBF is focused on. The main observation is that governments are confronted to major issues. Institutional actors, or those of development, to focus on the most urgent needs as embodied by the Sustainable Development Goals. These are the frontline actors who are confronted to these issues. When it comes to these challenges, we have in particular, when it comes to SDGs, the issues tied to rising inequality, climate issues, social justice issues, which compound the existing or pre-existing challenges of reducing poverty and improving access to health and education for all. Looking at these issues from at a global scale, the Health Policy Watch has mentioned recently that most of the half of the population in Africa do not have access to the medical care that they need, and that quality healthcare, the healthcare of quality, is unsatisfactory across the continent. And the WHO has mentioned that more than 1 billion people do not have access to health centers with reliable electricity provision, and 56% of children are not educated. I would now like, given all this, to focus on the situation here in Morocco, where, as mentioned by the Honourable Minister, we think, of course, of unemployment amongst the youth, as about a third of youth in Morocco are NEETs, not in employment, education, or training. And here in Morocco, we also need to focus on the higher complexity levels of complexity, as this is not a homogeneous population. NEET, as highlighted by INDH, have different needs, different levels of vulnerability, which requires targeted, innovative solutions to improve their conditions depending on their profile. So this is really the heart of our the topic today, be it unemployment in Morocco or other sectors across the world. So when it comes, now that we've set the scene concerning the stakes and the scales of the issue, and we need to focus on the thousands of civil servants for the ANAPEC, the National Employment Agency of Morocco. It shows that we need methods that can activate and motivate all ecosystem actors around a single goal, and it is in this perspective that we need to provide adequate incentive mechanisms to create the culture of performance, a culture of impact when it comes to public policy design and implementation. So these challenges, as we saw, are complex, and the governments, as was highlighted by the Right Honourable Minister, and it is one of the results he is expecting. We need to have innovative, cost-effective, and practical solutions, which is why RBF has been encouraging thus far, and RBF helps government to develop a culture based on significant impact for their population. So why RBF? It seems that we believe that RBF creates capacity building mechanisms and is based on an improvement of public services by aligning action with the results. In more practical terms, I hope that this diagram is simple enough. This mechanism, we hope, will help to focus public policies and create value based on verifiable results, whereas a conventional program would focus on activities would focus payments and would focus on end results. For example, in employment, which is the main concern of today's event, employment in Morocco, as elsewhere, many programs are designed for payments to be made on the realization of activities. So, should we focus on more we decided to focus on more intermediary results. And this is the story the narrative of today's session, focused on the INDH RBF program, which have launched an important evolution, which are much more focused on final results. So this underlines a deep change in mindset, focused on the needs of the market and the ecosystem to ensure to facilitate access to the job market. This is the main key. This is the key advantage of an RBF approach which focuses on transformative approach of both programs and actors for development. In this example, in the pilot RBF used for employment, it was mostly performance-based contracts which were illustrated here. We also have RBF instruments. For example, we can focus on how we contractualize services. The other aspect is public procurement focused on results-based financing to create incentives at the regional level to ensure that the public funds be used as usefully, as efficiently as possible, and affects how funds are transferred based on results. And there's also multilateral funds. So as to condition part of the public policy on the action in the different countries where it intervenes. So the main impact factors. So we are focused on incentives based on results and focusing the activities of stakeholders which focus on the bettering of the conditions of end beneficiaries, which creates much better accountability to final beneficiaries, as it aligns the agendas of all the different stakeholders in the process, as well as recognizing actors in the field, considering they are the best place to measure and follow the needs of the population, and provides them with more flexibility as it allows them to design.
On met donc beaucoup plus l'accent sur
and participate in the inception of these programs. Actors in the field can build on their capacity so as they can provide the best value possible in the field in light of the program objectives. And we give them the opportunity to learn as the program goes along. I would be remiss if I didn't provide any numbers, considering we're talking about an RBF approach. So a few key figures to illustrate the scale of the results observed. There are 4 examples here. We'll start with the second one on the slide, if I may. To show the impact of this program has had when it comes to prenatal healthcare in Rwanda. A rigorous study of results which covered 75 clinics which enjoyed result-based financing, compared to 75 clinics who stayed on the traditional funding, which acted as a control group. So the 2 key factors The target group, which enjoyed RBF, enjoyed an increase of 23% in the number of in-hospital births rather than at-home births, and an improvement in prenatal visits. So this is an example of the impact when it comes to health. The first example on the list now was in Sierra Leone, in Freetown, as mentioned by the Africa director, where a transformation program for the water utility improved the quality of access to potable water. And very interestingly, beyond the impact on the results, direct impact on results, it has also increased the profitability of the water utility, which doubled its revenue in 2 years. So this focus on cost effectiveness in the generally speaking, and end results in particular, is particularly useful. In India and Nepal, cost-effective programs have it's led to better results and increased the positive impact on target population. So, of course, we believe that this transformative approach should be applied to other sectors and other countries. And to make it even more efficient and make it more accessible at a wider scale, as highlighted by the Right Honourable Minister earlier today. So the scaling up and this replicability has its own challenges, as the next panel will be debating when it comes to the deployment of RBF in Colombia, which is today more mature, as it has been piloted and scaled up as well. But we have to say, stay humble in the face of the many and complex challenges where there are no miracle solutions and no silver bullets. But this approach is interesting because it calls upon us to discuss together how we can challenge the status quo and improve the impact of transformative public policies. It is in this spirit that I wish you an excellent workshop, and would now like to call upon my colleague Sebastian Rosario and the Colombian panelists to join us on stage. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, avant le démarrage de...
Ladies and gentlemen, before we launch this panel, I would like to remind you that this panel will be in English, and remind you that headsets are available outside the room. So, headsets are available.
Translate time to go there and grab the I know what's the name, the machine or whatever, the headset. But thank you for having us here, like to the MCA and like all the government officials that are here. We're gonna start with the first panel. It's gonna be, the dynamic is gonna be like kind of, I'm gonna tell you a little bit about the story of what we have achieved in Colombia, we have done in these last 10 years. Just briefly, like 8-10 minutes, then to give you a little bit of context of what we have done in this country. And then I'm gonna open like a panel with this amazing guest that traveled from Colombia to here. So I'm gonna start first like introducing, I think, now. So the first thing, the idea about this panel is actually to tell you a little bit about the experience in Colombia. Colombia has become like the most dynamic ecosystem of like these results-based approaches and instruments in the low and middle income countries. And this has a story that started just like 10 years ago. So even though sometimes in Colombia, and actually we're gonna talk a little bit later about it, like sometimes we're looking forward to do even more things. Like actually when we go outside our country, we see that actually we have achieved a lot. So we wanna like tell you a little bit about what has happened there, like how we got there, and what are the nice experience and lessons that we got from like pushing this agenda in the country. Also like tell you a little bit about the lessons of what worked and what didn't work, and like just give you some ideas about things that you also could be doing here to dynamize the ecosystem. So that's kind of like the agenda for our panel. So I'm gonna, very briefly, I'm gonna tell you who's here. Sorry, I'm struggling with this. So I'm going to start with William. So we have like an amazing group of panelists that have been working with Instiglio for a long time. In first place, I'm going to start like from the end of the room. We have Mario Reina. He's the National Program Officer of the State Secretariat of Economic Affairs of the Swiss Embassy in Colombia. Mario has been working there for a couple of years with us and especially like working in competitiveness, sustainability, and financial inclusion. And he's been one of the champions of these RBF like instruments in Colombia. The Swiss Corporation has worked with us for the last 8 years, like pursuing this outcome mentality. So he's a great example of how cooperation and donors can work and push the agenda of like actually achieving results and making this sustainable for our government. Then we have Daniel Uribe. Daniel is the executive director of one of the most like impactful private foundation in Colombia, Fundación Corona. It's a foundation with almost, I think, more than 50 years of work in the country, and they also have been like champions of these ideas and pursuing also like effectiveness on the government spending and especially working on education and employment. Then we have Aura Cifuentes. Aura also, we met like maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And well, she's the former director of the public innovation team of the National Department of Planning in Colombia. Like this team actually was created, I think, by the time Aura joined there, and like they have been pushing the agenda in the public sector on how to use this innovation to pursue better outcomes and transform the way like public servants and the government works. She currently works in the data analytic agency of the city of Bogota. And we have also kind of our latest champion in this ecosystem, which is William Garcia. He's the Director of Business Development of the Bogota Secretariat for Economic Development. William actually has led the largest RBF like program we have in the country. So he has been working the last 2 years with us on launching this instrument at a scale, at least for the scale we're looking in Colombia. So he has a very interesting experience how the city actually adopted all this learning that we created during the last or the previous 6-7 years and actually scaling and mainstreaming these instruments with the local government. So those are gonna be our panelists. So I'm gonna like next tell you like briefly, sorry, okay. So what has happened in Colombia to give you a little bit of context, and then we're gonna open the panel. Sorry, I didn't actually introduce myself, so my name is Sebastián Osorio. I'm the office head and the country manager of Instiglio office in Colombia. I've been working for Instiglio for the previous 4 years. I've been working mainly in government or in consulting and development consulting. So I've been in charge of, like for the last 4 years, of all the projects we have been doing in the country. So I have a lot of like actually context and knowledge of all these things we have been doing lately. So this is an amazing story that only has 10 years, right? And like 10 years ago, we actually were just starting. Instiglio was founded 10 years ago, 11 years ago actually next week in Colombia. And we started like trying to look for champions. Like we have this idea of how we get to, or how we make public innovation in the country, how we make public innovation with the government, and we started finding like who were the champions that were interested in pursuing this agenda. Actually, at that time, like Fundación Corona was very important. The IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank, also joined these efforts. And actually, at some point, like very early on time, like also the Swiss embassy joined the efforts of trying to convince the government actually to have a different approach on how to tackle social issues. So at the time, it was like a couple of failed projects that didn't actually happen. Like there was a first couple of instigator projects, also some projects that we did with Corona that actually they didn't came true, and we didn't find someone to pay for those outcomes, but we have the idea and we keep pushing the agenda, because actually the first thing was how you get buy-in from institution, organization, and the government, right? But once we create the first social impact bonds in a developing country was 2016 when we launched the design, and we contracted later that impact bond, and it was a major milestone in this story. Like actually we proved that actually the government alongside the multilateral organizations and the cooperation, we can actually pursue an agenda of an outcome mindset. So at that moment it was a first impact bond. The scale was kind of little, like we were aiming for 500, 600 job placement. The bond was not really big in terms of like what you can do at a scale. It was around $1 million, but actually we were able to prove that the government can change the way they contract outcomes. And we figured out that they didn't know before, like actually what was the impact of social spending. Like the government was doing a lot of like workforce development programs for vulnerable population without actually understanding what they're achieving. They were just spending money, like, and they were very precise about understanding how much money they are spending, but not like what's happening with that money. They knew that they were giving training, formation, subsidies for people to go to an interview or to get an outfit to attend to an interview, but actually they didn't know like actually these people is getting a job, they're staying their jobs, is the job changing actually their lives? So this story actually, like when we move forward 10 years later, we were able to launch 4 impact bonds, we were able to create an outcome fund, we were able to scale up to different like contexts besides workforce development, and actually like for the past year and this year, we have projects that are like totaling $10 million in outcome payments, and actually we're like improving, you know, increasing by almost 90% what we were spending 10 years ago. So we have a huge story, and actually we're aiming to move from that 500 job placement first impact bond to actually aiming for this year to achieve something around 35,000 job placement in this ecosystem. So that's like for us is an amazing story, especially in Colombia. We luckily have like these organizations that join our efforts, and we're aiming to actually keep pushing the agenda and getting more people to happen this. So during these 10 years, we say like mainly we were able to go through these different phases. The first one, as I was telling you, was kind of getting the buy-in, like getting the first organization that worked with us, being able to launch like the first projects in results-based financing, and actually launching the first impact bond. Also, like with the Fundación Corona, the Swiss Corporation, and the IDV Lab, we were able to create a program that was pushing the agenda in terms of social impact bonds for workforce development. And then like we were able to start piloting and proving and showing the public sector that this is possible, especially in Colombia, and I guess it's something like public officials also feel in other countries. They need like evidence that things can work, and they can use it like as a support to prove and to implement innovations. And that was very important for those first impact bonds. And then we were able to build on top of that and create another 4 impact bonds in the country, which is like actually when you think about like you're saying just 3 or 4 impact bonds, that doesn't sounds like a lot, but it is. It's amazing how we're able to actually just by each of those iterations, we keep like pushing the agenda of achieving more results, getting more organization and stakeholders like to be able to to join our story and actually delivering like more effective programs for the people. And actually something very important about this story is like all those instruments were accompanied by like a very, all this idea of creating those enabling conditions, doing evaluations, doing learning agendas that actually evidence that actually all those things that we were learning were true and they could like be used by other organizations, not only in Colombia, but other places in the world to say like actually this works and this can be implemented at scale in the country. So we have like impact evaluation about how much better these type of programs are, for example, for women and youth, or how the salaries are better than actually what we get from other type of programs. And creating those enabling conditions allowed the government to start scaling up this story. We were able, 4 years ago, when government started in 2018 to actually have more public policy incidents, and actually putting this topic into the National Development Plan, we're able to actually create an outcome fund like from the government and actually being like hosted by the government from the Social Prosperity Department, and actually the government committing money for kind of medium term, they're like during 3-4 years to actually keep pushing these innovations. And finally, at the end of 2021, we were able to create a public policy framework that allowed these ideas to be institutionalized, at least from the public policy perspective. So now anyone in Colombia from any like local agency or national government, they can say like, using RBF to push the agenda in social issues, like it can be used and they can go to these public policy, which is called COMPAS in Colombia. They can say like, actually there's a framework that I can use, and the government is saying this is a good way of actually achieving outcomes for the social sector. And lately, like in the last couple of years, we have been like actually using all these expertise and workforce development to go to other sectors, because the idea is not only just to improve outcomes in employment, which is very important, and it has been like actually what we have been pushing in the last 10 years, but it's just an example of how we can use this mindset and this orientation to actually achieve results in all other type of services the government is providing. So we have been working on in Colombia to push and to work in early childhood development, recidivism, competitiveness, value change. So there's a lot of other sectors we have been launching projects and actually expanding the scope of these type of instruments. So it's also a very valuable lesson in terms of today, like in Morocco, the discussion is about like workforce development and employment, but these type of instruments can be used and this mentality can be used to push the agenda on actually achieving outcomes in a lot of different sectors. So I kind of like tricked myself and I told you most of this story already, so I'm gonna be like very brief as I was telling you. So first idea, just getting the buy-in, getting the first people to actually believe in this, push the agenda, create the first experiments, pilot them, and actually deliver results first. That is the first thing, actually prove that what we're doing works, and then like generating evidence and create some momentum. Then actually creating those enabling conditions to scale up and actually being able to have incidents in public policy, create platforms to launch these type of results-based mechanisms, as we did in the government with the outcome fund, experiment, let the government actually try to do them by themselves, and create a public policy framework that allows these to be used for workforce development, but the other sectors as well. And finally, like try to push the agenda in terms of scale up and actually prove that this can be mainstream. Something the minister was talking about was like how we prove this can be used at a scale, right? And how can we prove that service providers can be profitable and can like actually achieve results and outcomes while doing this. So something very interesting that we have been doing is like programs at a way larger scale. The city of Bogota actually committed around $7 million last year for paying for results in workforce development, which is in Colombia, just in 1 year, is the largest program we have achieved so far. They actually also completely dynamized the ecosystem of service providers, because before we worked with maybe I think 10 service providers in the previous project, and suddenly the Bogota mayor's office was working with more than 10. So it's like changing the mindset of how these different organizations see this at a scale, and actually makes sense also for governments and organizations to invest on the design and launching of these type of mechanisms. And as I was telling you at the end, like, we're trying just to mainstream these ideas, how we make sure we keep expanding the type of services, the type of organizations we're working with. We have more donors actually joining this ecosystem. We have been working as well with the European Union. We have been working with other multilateral agencies, with UNICEF, with UNHCR, designing and launching projects, and actually like taking these ideas into the next stage. So finally, I just want to close like what we achieved in these 10 years. Like, we have a vibrant like pay-for-results ecosystem. We really created a results-based approach policy framework that allows like the government and other organizations to use these tools. We have a lot of different stakeholders and sector pushing the outcomes agenda. So it's not only about workforce development, which is very important, and actually we feel very proud of what we have done in the sector, but actually also we're able to say, like, if you have a policy issue, let me think about what are the barriers to outcomes, and let's find a way of actually doing this different. So with that, I want to just stop here, and I'm going to start like with some question for our panelists, and then like we're going to leave like 10 minutes at the end, 15 minutes for you to ask some questions. Okay? So I'm going to move here, and then I'm going to start with the questions. Okay, so I'm gonna start like with like the story of those early days. Actually, what happened at the beginning 10 years ago, and I wanna go to Mario and Daniel, which like those organizations were there like on those first days, right? So international cooperation usually works a little bit different across regions and across like topics. Can you tell us, Mario, a little bit about how SECO, in a nutshell, like, can you tell us why they decide to invest in these type of instruments, and why the results-based financing becomes something important for the Swiss corporation to be investing in Colombia? No.
Now, can you hear me well? Okay, I'm sorry. Well, first of all, thank you very much to the government of Morocco, to the MCC colleagues, to Instiglio for inviting us to this very interesting event, and for taking into account the Swiss Cooperation Office in Colombia to be part of this conversation. So I will start first to explain a little bit, in a very briefly way, what is SECO, what is the Swiss Economic Cooperation Program, what we do, and then why we were motivated in fostering the use of RBF and the uptaking of the social impact bonds, one instrument within this more wider approach in Colombia, specifically to solve social complex problems, in our case, unemployment in vulnerable population. But SECO is the Swiss Economic Cooperation Program. Our aim is to support our partner countries in achieving or joining efforts to achieve a sustainable economic development and prosperity. Basically, we do this through two main strategic priorities. The first one is related basically to support the uptake of sustainable urban development approaches, infrastructure, a sound political framework, and to provide technical assistance in order to gather these good practices in terms of providing high-quality public services, macroeconomic support, and this is like the first front of our work in Colombia. And the second one is to support the efforts of the Colombian government in transforming its economy to to a greater competitiveness and to achieve better and more jobs by working in specific value chains with export potential. Within this second objective of competitiveness and better jobs, our aim was to test innovative instruments that to some extent would allow the innovations and to unlock these new forms of doing things. And social impact bonds are one of these kind of instruments that we do. So with the social impact bonds, our aim was to try to engage more with the private sector and to bring these private sector stakeholders as a development agent. So basically what we did here was to start these discussions with organizations like Fundación Corona. I'm happy that Daniel is being part of this conversation, because these private sector actors actually were the first ones to believe in the approach and to decide in assuming risks. Because basically what the approach do is to incentivize both the public sector as well as the private one. The public sector ensures that the cost effectiveness of their spending will be achieved, because basically every dollar or every Colombian peso is tied to concrete results that then are verified by an external third party. But then the private sector assumes 100% of the risk. So our story was, we need to create a narrative and we need to provide evidence on the benefits of this model, both for the public sector, that is clear, more cost effectiveness in their interventions, but for the private sector as well, in terms of how do they commit resources, how they assume risks, but then which is the benefit of doing this. And the social impact bonds is an instrument that provides this win-win situation as the private sector perceives some return on their investments and the upfront capital that they provide before the intervention is applied. So basically the motivation that we have was to bring the private sector to start involving more these private sector investors in order to combine these funds to promote blended financing in the way how development cooperation programs are implemented in our partner countries, in this case Colombia. That is basically the motivation that we have in order to foster the uptake of the social impact bonds program in the country.
Okay. Hello. Yeah. So, Daniel, Mario is talking about like how private sector engagement was key for like the Swiss cooperation, but like what was actually how this like kick off? Like it was because the Swiss cooperation wanted to do it. It was the Colombian government who wanted to do it. It was more the private foundations that you kind of represent and like that ecosystem organizations. So actually in those early days, like how these movements start, like who were the first ones, and actually you want to ignite one of these ecosystems, like how you work with each of these organizations.
Okay, so well, first of all, thank you, Sebastian. Thank you to MCA for the invitation. Happy to be here with a great panel. I would say like 8 years ago when we started, the initial trigger came actually from Insiglio. Insiglio were the first persons, Avnish and Michael Eddy, that came into the conversation, say, okay, there are a lot of problems. We're talking about the SDGs. There are not enough resources. How do we funnel more and better resources to actually solve some outcomes that are not being accomplished? So we start seeing, like we were talking about needs in your presentation, about 6 million needs. In Colombia, there are more than 10 million needs. So the problem is huge. Is complex, and it requires some type of PPP, public-private partnership, in somehow to actually solve this type of challenges. So what we find out is that this type of solution can invite the different roles of the different stakeholders in the better way. So it wasn't that the government was asking for that, even though the Colombian government at that moment, they were champions, mostly from the innovative teams, much more than from the programmatic approaches, because from the programmatic approaches, some of the public teams consider this as a competition. So they say, okay, I'm used to do this, I have my service providers, I don't know if I want to try, but on the innovation team, they say, okay, it's a way to transfer risk, it's a way to actually get better measurements, it's a way to actually funnel more resources, so that incentivizes some of the stakeholders. On the other side, the cooperation, the Swiss cooperation, and the IDB lab wanted to test this model, but with a very practical way, and the invitation was, let's not build one project. Let's build a programmatic approach that is focusing in increasingly learning from what we call MVPs, minimum viable products. See what's working, what can be scaled, how we can add different learning. So when you were presenting the timeline, it wasn't that we were the first country in launching a social impact bonds, that we actually were, but we were the first one to actually have this type of programmatic approach in incremental learnings that promote the innovation to actually increase. So it was starting just because there was a confluence of groups. So there was the government on the innovation side tried to test this type of model. There was the cooperation on SECO and the IDB. There were champions. Today and tomorrow you will hear a lot about the champions. The role of the champions are key in this type of model because promoting innovation requires resilience, persistence, and we have to make sure that if we want to try to change the system, to change the incentives, we have to understand who are the champions behind to actually change challenge and actually be able to move some of the barriers. And on the private sector, well, Fundación Corona is a family foundation. We have been working over the last 60 years promoting social mobility, social equity, and the way we want to see ourselves is to help build knowledge, build tools, promote true influence and advocacy, some helping to unlock barriers on the market side and also on the public side. So what we did with some other foundations, Fundación Santo Domingo, Bolívar, and others, was let's try it, let's test it, let's take some risks and actually put some of our resources as investors, but also in the capital, not only on the resources, but also on the teams, in how to actually put the different stakeholders together. So it was a bet into try something. That was the starting point that came from Instiglio to trigger the conversation, but what we wanted to do is to change like the system, not only on the public innovation, as you mentioned, I agree public innovation on the procurement side is very important, but also private innovation. The way we have the performance management within the service providers, that's something that we are not used to. On the foundations and on many of the social programs, we're not used to track and actually have performance management at a very data-oriented type of decision-making. So I think it was a confluence of the different stakeholders. It was the good timing, and it started a conversation, as you mentioned, triggers some of the program, and probably we'll talk more over the conversation today.
And just one more question, Daniel. And how this, like in Colombia, the story I was telling you was mainly about workforce development, right? Why do you think that was the first topic, issue that like got traction to do these type of programs?
I would say there are 2 or 3 main reasons. The first one, as Mario was saying, because of the Swiss cooperation and the IDB orientation, we wanted to talk about workforce development and inclusive employment for the most vulnerable population as a social mobility mechanism. Second, half of the programs at that moment, now there are currently around 560 social impact bonds around the world, but half of those have been implemented in workforce development, mostly because the way of actually monitoring and measuring the success or the outcomes is much more easier than if you are trying to measure skills development or health type of outcomes. So the possibility to actually measure it was simpler. So in that sense, simple is easier to implement this type of innovations, and also because of on Fundación Corona on our side being the intermediary of the first social impact bond and also the execution agency of the program, we promote education to employment as one of our key areas. So we knew that the ecosystem have some stakeholders that were able to actually test it.
Okay, and Aura, at the time, like. From your perspective, working on the innovation team of the National Planning Department, like how can we convince the government to kind of start applying these approaches and actually bet on something like a social impact bond or a results-based instrument? How can we convince them to innovate?
Well, hello everyone, and thank you very much also for inviting me. Very honored to be here and be able to share the insights about my work at the national level in Colombia in the public sector, trying to convince the government about this kind of approaches. And I would start to say by saying, like, it's of course very important to convince the government, but I think that you also need to persuade the government. And I think that what we did in Colombia, because, and I think that maybe can agree with me with that, it's when you are trying to push forward to foster innovation approaches, like general innovation approaches, even if you put on the table evidence, data, strong arguments, lots of civil servants are still skeptical, they have fears, they have resistance, trying to do things differently. So even if you do that, it's difficult just by convincing with technical arguments. So you need to wake up emotions. You need to show clearly how these kind of approaches not only have an impact in long-term projects, but like in the day-to-day basis. And that's actually what we did. So to put you in context, the National Planning Department where the Public Innovation team had fostered this, let's say, first public innovation, public policy, is a high-level ministerial agency in Colombia. And this department has two key roles in the government. Once we elect a president in Colombia, we help the president to build his roadmap or her roadmap during the 4 years of government. And second, what actually Sebastian showed in the timeline is like we built what we call compass documents, which is actually white papers, public policy. So back in 2018, we elected a president, and we said, let's put the first chapter regarding public innovation in the National Development Plan, in that roadmap. Let's put all the efforts regarding innovation in the public sector in one general agenda. Let's try to to put every effort, every mechanism, every tool in one general approach to actually wake those emotions, trying to say to civil servants, everything that you are fostering, everything that you are doing can have an impact in your more operational tasks, in your daily basis, but also in your projects. And RBF was one of these many efforts that were already happening in Colombia. Actually, in the timeline, if you remember the dates, we were right in the middle, like 2018. So I think that was one of the key lessons of the national government, and is that 4 years later, we actually showed to civil servants that they had a great toolbox to foster innovation in the public sector. And RBF was one of those tools. They have a mechanism to show how we can design different public policy, how we can evaluate different public policy, because in Colombia we are very used to evaluation right at the end of the public policy, and it was like challenging. We were changing mindsets, actually. So I think that that's the most interesting output in Colombia. We did both. We foster the public innovation agenda with technical arguments, trying to train civil servants on those kind of tools, but also we wake up these emotions, trying to say to civil servants, actually you are champions as well. And I think that this is like a very important message, because you talked about champions. The minister said we need champions, and champions are not only the high-level ministers. You, if you are civil servants, you are already champions, and that's what I think was very important and significant in Colombia.
Okay, so you're like right now talking about like generating evidence. I was discussing how this first instrument actually, as pilots, it was a big concern about like what are we learning, what are the lessons, or how we create like impact evaluation, learning agendas. So I know, Mario, if you can tell us a little bit about that experience. Like, you have been part of all these committees that have been like tracking what's happening in every of these impact bonds, but like, what are those like lessons learned during those first impact bonds that, you know, the Swiss corporation got to keep like pushing the agenda in terms of like these type of instruments?
Yeah, no. Well, this is a super interesting question regarding like how we managed all this knowledge that is provided by implementing each one of these transactions, each one of these SIPs. Basically, what we included within the program was a specific component. You were mentioning that during your presentation, in order to gather these evaluations, impact evaluations on the first SIP, processes evaluations, the first SIP and the second one, case studies, and all these data and all these findings allow us to inform our pipeline development to the third one and to the fourth SIP, the creation of the outcomes fund, and all these results that were obtained during the last 5 years. Basically, if I can summarize like what were like the two main learnings that we have, the first one is you need to provide information depending on the interest group that you are talking to. Because if you are talking with an outcome payer, maybe the language will be to provide enough evidence on the cost effectiveness of this kind of interventions and how these provide benefits in comparison with traditional programs. Are we obtaining better results? Are we being more efficient with the use of the funds? Are we changing the mindset of the public procurement? Are we providing better quality in the service delivery? But if you are talking with a private investor, you need to provide a different kind of information. Is this instrument an interesting vehicle for diversifying their portfolio? Is this a mechanism that to some extent can strengthen or create markets in order to attract other type of investors that are not necessarily more impact oriented? We started with these investors that are more into this social approach, like foundations, family foundations, Coronas, Fundación Bolívar. But if we want to implement bigger tickets, if we want to achieve more goals, if we want to have a bigger operations, we need to talk with another kind of investors. We need to go to the corporate. Why not? If it's super big, we need to go to the institutional ones. And this is a different approach because they are talking about market conditions. So we want to unlock private sector resources and to attract them to invest in this kind of programs. We need to provide enough evidence in order to show what is the business case for this private sector approach. If we're talking for academy, we need to provide also different kind of data in order to carry out these kind of studies and to start to compare, to make these kind of benchmarking studies with other experience at the international level. So the first main learning that we have is that once you are implementing SIP, you need to think in which is going to be the learning agenda. What are the philosophical questions that we want to answer and to who? And definitely that will be an enabling factor to shape markets. And the second one, it is more related to public sector, let's say, not failures, but challenges in terms of flexibility. Daniel was explaining like the rationale behind when we started to implement SIPs, and it was like a prototype. We need to implement like an innovative mechanism to test the water, you know, like to test the market, how it responds, in order to obtain a minimum viable product. Once the product was tested, once we obtained some information about the results, about the feasibility of implementing SIPs in the Colombian market, we obtained this minimum viable product, and then we iterate. We learned, we fixed some of the mistakes that were in the first SIP in order to implement the second one. And it was an iterative process. Normally, innovation needs time. needs time and it needs resources, and normally public sector has some inflexibilities in terms of how you execute your budget within a fiscal year. You have funds, and you have to commit those funds and execute those funds before the 31st of December. Otherwise, the next year you will get some, let's say, like cuts or yes, I mean, it's not that flexible. So one of the main challenges that we have, and we're still providing technical assistance in order to solve these kind of failures, is how to be more flexible, how to be more innovative in the way how public procurement is done, how we modify to a certain extent the inflexibilities that exist in the public sector in order to allow innovation processes. So this is basically the main two learnings. I mean, I could speak more, but I know that we have time restrictions, so I will in a concrete way to say these are the two main learnings we have, and I hope this is good enough to answer the question. Thanks.
Okay, so like in Colombia, as you heard, like we launched the first instrument, the work group of champions, like as Mario was saying, like setting up a learning agenda and answering those philosophical questions, thinking about who are you going to influence, like is key from day one. And like this group that was like pushing this first impact bonds, like we're producing these type of learning documents. But the question is actually then someone else as a public servant, how they're going to actually implement these type of things, how they're going to be like persuaded or convinced or both of like doing this. So like the mayor's office in Bogota is like, and the direction you're in charge of, you have like a big challenge. You need to execute a lot of money. You have a lot of different type of outcomes that you're supposed to provide for the city. So in general, like what were those success factors that you saw in these first instruments that help you like to pursue these type of instruments into your office, right? How you decide to introduce these type of instruments into a local government, and what was the reason and how they were helping you to achieve your policy plans?
Thanks, Sebastian. And first of all, on behalf of Claudia Lopez, Mayor of Bogota, I would like to thank you and extend our gratitude for this invitation. I think that the understanding that the successful activities programs for employment have a low impact and cost efficient are the reason why we are taking those experience to the public in Bogota. As well, my fellow panelists have described the implementation of the RBI foster and challenge in the dynamic of political policies for employment. The government of Bogota assumed new challenge by establishing a new model for operators and incentive associated with RBF that will make the country employability programs more efficient, and that's the reason that we take that experience. Bogota is a city of 8 million people. At this moment, 9% are unemployment, which means more and less that 400,000 potential beneficiaries for a program. And adapting the RBI programs require three major processes. The design, and that's maybe the most important part of this, and with the help of that, the champions are really crucial in this moment. The contracting and the finally implementation is so important. Those stages also require coordinate with the key stakeholders, and such policymakers, the design of in the national level and the potential service providers, the founders, and of course organizations of CIPSCO, that is an organization that help the process, what the Stiglio has to do, and the Inter-American Development Bank were so important for the process. The knowledge of these partners were fundamental to transfer this experience to the local level. I think that based on the best practice, we design a program tailor-made, and that's really the key in these programs, because the city needs that will reduce the gaps between the supply and the demand of employment in Bogota. So the key and in the knowledge of the labor ecosystem and understand the city needs, and in this way design a tailor-made program to Bogota based on the experience of these actors that are here and others. That's very important for us. Local environment affects the program, and only well-experienced firms of consulting and people champions that are in this process deliver a proper program design. A tailor-made structure allows to identify market failures, social lack of providers, poor financial structures, political priorities, as the minister mentioned it before. And once we establish this, you can involve these issues to avoid negative impacts. For instance, we expect that a model will be 100% focused on results, and in the practice and in the design, we take the decision that not to make this high risk, and by the experience, we balance out results and final risk, what in the value of the bonus to induce the results, but safeguarding participation. And that's a key. Now our program is an activities payment is like 80%, and results are 20%.
And so Daniel, William is talking about a little bit about how they use those learning, they use performance management information and learnings from all the previous instruments, and you were there, and actually for the city to implement this, it was require some technical assistance, right? And can you tell us a little bit how you convince other organizations and how it changed from moving from the first impact bonds to actually doing other type of projects? As William was saying, they're paying for activities and 80% and not using the same impact bond idea, but actually using the principles of these results-based approaches. So how can you think we can get to more cities or to more governments in this issue with something which is more scalable?
Well, I would say it depends on the different stakeholders you would like to influence and to get into this type of conversations. Like as Mario was saying, within the program we invest a lot in evaluation. Just to give you an example, within the first social impact bond, we get an impact evaluation that demonstrated 13% of the formalization process within women increased because of the program. So it was actually showing some evidence that this is actually improving actually the condition of life of the most vulnerable population that is actually very demanded with the different stakeholders. So we had some evidence. We also had some evidence. We had 2 process evaluations that says collaboration is increasing. Even though it's easy to say, or it's an expected goal, it's actually improving the way we work together with the private institution, public institution, and the different stakeholders. So with those type of evidence, what helped us, Sebastian, to actually scale is to see how and what is demanded to scale. So when Bogota said, okay, I want to try the model, they say we have the intention to do it, but we need technical assistance on the design, on the pricing, on the legal procurement process. So we actually have to start building better toolkits and better technical assistance for the legal part, for the pricing part, and also for the monitoring part. I think those three elements are very, very relevant to actually get it. The scale is demanded to actually promote this. On the other hand, Mario was also saying on the private sector. So the only way to scale is not only having the intention to procure through outcomes, but also have service providers within the market. Now, so you have to also strengthen the capacity. The minister and then the previous speakers also mentioned about this. So how do you actually improve performance management for service providers? Is there enough market on employment, intermediation processes, or skilling processes? So that's also a component that if you want to scale, you have to work with the market service providers or partners within the ground. So as an example, and this is a good experience we had in Bogota, they launched the call for proposal and no one applied to because they were not prepared to understand the call of proposal. So they need to have a better learning on what are the risks they're going to take, what are the type of opportunities that there is for their as service providers. So with the help of the municipality, Instiglio and others, we were able to invite more than 30 service providers to actually learn much more about the mechanism. So in order to scale, when we're talking about other municipalities, other topics, it's very important to understand first that there is a market of service providers willing and able to actually try to do it. Second, I would say that on the government side, there are those champions and the resources, so you have to start with the demand, right? Because you cannot offer the supply, okay, let's increase the capacity on service provider if no one is going to buy it. So at the end, the resources on the budgeting side and sending the message that this is the willingness to pay towards outcomes, and which outcomes are also connected to the SDGs. That is one of the conversations we always have with the cooperation, is very, very relevant to funnel more resources towards those type of outcomes. That's another also component that I think is very important to scale. And third, also, if there is the possibility for the private sector to get into the opportunity of financing, right? In Colombia, we had an assessment on the market size on impact in investing, and 6% on the impact investment market in Colombia has been invested through outcome payments mechanisms. So even though it's still small, 6%, there is the opportunity in the window for investors to lend or to invest toward this type of mechanism. So I think the best way to show some opportunity to scale is to understand the different stakeholders and enhance the capacities so they're able to grow to the next level.
Okay, something key that you were mentioning is about like how we have a market ready for this, and the minister was mentioning that before, and actually, you know, how we make sure like all these service providers are actually delivering and being profitable and actually being able to achieve results. So like a lot of these work in Colombia has been done through kind of doing these market approaches, trying to let them also know and be very explicit and clear about what are the results. And like Fundación Corona has been funding a lot of these expertise. But what I wanted to like ask you about that, like kind of, okay, you're talking about public innovation, but how that actually, what is the role of the private sector, and how we make sure, like true, as Daniela is saying, like if I have the demand, like, and it's just about like launching a new project in the government and actually things are gonna happen, or like what is the type of things the government needs to do to prepare that market?
Well, I think that what we learned at the National Planning Department was that at the beginning, at the very, very beginning, when we were like starting to talk about results-based financing or payments for results, lots of citizens and civil servants didn't understand what we were like trying to refer to and what we were trying to explain and to foster. So one of the things that we did was trying to reframe the concept. So we talked a lot about data-driven public policy because I think that lots of people understand that data is very useful to make better decisions, to design better public policy, and just reframing that, just switching and changing the concept was very useful to prepare that market. Like to prepare both sides, the civil servants that were actually trying to find different ways to solve their problems, also citizens that would eventually participate in these kind of programs, and of course the private sector was more prepared and I think they do understand better the mechanism. But just switching the name was very useful because what we learn when we foster public innovation is that it's a concept that it's difficult sometimes to materialize, to understand exactly what we can do. And just by saying not evidence but data, for a lot of people were like, aha moment. Like, okay, now I understand that I don't get the process maybe, or I'm not used to those kind of public policy designs, but if we can have better data, then I'm in, and I want to be part of it. And the second thing was ecosystem, because actually we talk a lot about that concept, but as well, not a lot of people understand, okay, I am a stakeholder, I'm a part of the ecosystem. We have different ecosystems when we talk about the big umbrella of public innovation. We have data ecosystems, open government ecosystems, transparency ecosystem, digital government ecosystem. So one of the other key lessons was like, we can talk more about maybe collaboration as a principle of innovation. Because I think that, I don't know how many of you are public officials, but I think that we all understand the importance of working with different stakeholders, especially the public sector, the private sector, civil society, of course, universities. But once you want to do that in a project, it's not that easy. Like on the paper, it's beautiful, but once you want to push that into a project, you have different incentives. Every stakeholder wants different quick wins. So one of the other, let's say, like arguments or reframing that we found is like, hey, if you want to innovate, you have to learn how to collaborate. You have to understand that the traditional way of working in silos is not what it works now, like in the current complex problems that we are facing now. And I think that when you see these two lessons, what we are actually trying to do was changing mindsets and trying to explain to civil servants in the easiest way possible that they have the tools to do things differently, that we were there to help them to do that, and that they were part of the ecosystem, even if they didn't understand completely what RBF was. And I want to read to you what was the phrase, like it was literally a sentence that we put in that first public innovation, public policy, just to show you how simple it was, because it was the opportunity to say, like, that's only the seed that we are going to plant, and then we are going to see the results in the coming years. So we said, what was it? Yeah. We said we want to explore. So the first action verb was to explore and to promote results-based mechanisms, such as social impact bonds and results-based funding, period. So we want to explore and to promote. And then we zoom in by saying we want to understand the restrictions. So as public servants and as a public institution, as the National Planning Department, it was very important to say, we know you have barriers, we know it's not that easy, so we want to understand the restrictions, and we are going to know if it's available and what we can do as public servants to make that possible. So I will finish just by saying that everything that I said before actually showed us that civil servants embrace the learning by doing approach regarding these kind of mechanisms. Because sometimes when we explain all the theory around that, it's not concrete. So you don't know how to do that. And Mario was talking about prototyping, but prototyping is a muscle. You have to train that muscle in order to become better and to develop your performance. So That's what we learned. That's how we did it. And I think it worked because now, even if we change the president, even if we have a different national development plan, there are still lots of civil servants that are fostering these agendas.
Okay, and something you were just mentioned is about learning by doing, right? And obviously a lot of these different governments and also like different private institutions, different donors, like they have been learning by doing, like during these 10 years. And also like the city of Bogota has been doing it. Like you launched the project a year ago or 7 months ago, like the contracting process, right? And you're now thinking about like the new iteration, right? The new stage. So far, like you launch, as Daniel was mentioning, kind of fail initially, not getting like enough proposals, then launching the process again, getting more service provider actually that like apply to the call for proposal. So during this process, what has been the challenges of implementing these type of instruments at a scale?
Okay, Sebastian. First of all, I think that there was the scenario to do this, and that's important. I don't want to miss that. Because the city of Bogota, the city bet and in the development plan for Bogota, which is the city's roadmap for the 4 years of government, we proposed an achievement that was employment for 200,000 people during these 4 years. So when we started the process and the challenge for this, as I mentioned, in order to create a program and a tailor-made program, the design was the first thing. The first phase was design, and for this, we approached several experts to design and a structure that could be efficient in the large scale with the support of this. All my partners, and Fundación Corona was really a big, important partner in this process, Stiglio and the IDB. And the design was boosted by social impact bonds in Colombia. During this process, the main considerations were first, the knowledge of the programs, but this good consideration lets us to the key findings, such as higher rate of unsatisfied labor demand. Labor market indicators show us that the city was dealing with higher unemployment and informality rates, which largely affect a woman. They show us that women should be one of our priorities, targets. This stage resulted on a performance-based contract model with different package. One set a service for population that does not require mitigation of barriers, which is the basic packet. And we have a second one, which we name it the integral packet, and that includes training service, and to hide both packets, we follow the lessons learned for a successful program that we are finishing last year, and that is called Voz to Employment. In Spanish is Impulso al Empleo. And the difference was that our initiatives for employment, the results on a bonus, which is a final packet design for vulnerable population that experience large labor barriers. The second thing was the contract. And the contract during the second phase, we experiment several challenges, as Daniel mentioned it. Colombian contractual legislation is very old-fashioned and inflexible. So introducing new ways of contracting tends to be so difficult. The initial obstacle was including a barrier payment on the basic in the integral package. So what we do was implement to a public contract has to be most expense whole the budget. So after several and endless discussions between policymakers and legal staff, we managed that to solve it. But there is a problem, and the Colombian law doesn't not contemplate a market segmentation of employment. So preventing a poor implementation, we decide to do some creative things. So we have one contract model, one competitive process, but we have to do by a large number of beneficiaries. More than one operator could be aware with the contract. The other challenge that we have were providers. We were already working with key partners in the sector in the program that I said that Impulso al Empleo, that made us expect an active participation from them. Nevertheless, the interaction with potential propenders was restricted, with lead to the providers not being successfully informed about the process. We ended up with a process where only 2 of 7, no was desert, like Daniel says, just 2 of enter to the process, and 2 of 7, yes, lots were allocated to providers that had already participated in results-based finance programs. But it was on a lower scale, not the scale that we are trying. So then what we do was a series of adjustments, and we decided to create a smaller batches and generate a better communication strategy for the project, which ultimately lead to more participation. And weeks after, a second competitive process was launched. 22 proposals from 9 providers were received, and 8 lots were awarded. A total success for us. And this was in November. And now is the third is the implementation. And for the implementation part, I most highly that currently 4 operators are still working with us. There is a big problem, and is the standardization has been really challenging. The providers have different internal process and quality service. Therefore, establishing an standard process and measures is operating manuals has been essential, and involving all the team from the secretary is very important. On the other hand, we create a supervision team with massive experience in employment management in order to monitoring and supporting the operation and the results.
Okay, so like in Bogota, just like a lot of challenges in terms of like how we go to market, actually also how we adjust the procurement processes, and like at the end how we also, like with all these different ideas of what you want to achieve, like how we create the different type of like intervention models and how to apply to them. So just to close this session, I want to go like to a last question to each of you about like kind of like sustainability of these initiatives and these results-based approach. and the consolidation of the ecosystem. And so I'm going to let you kind of a little bit more freely, like just to tell us your last ideas. But I would like to each of you also kind of direct some sort of question, especially for Mario. Also, like we talk about how transformation on the public sector, we'll talk about transformation in the private sector, but also how has this transformed the Swiss cooperation and how you want to, from the cooperation, especially here with MCC College, who are also like cooperation agency, how to work in the future to incentivize and promote these type of initiatives and how to consolidate the system.
Well, I will going back to the sentence that Aura was sharing us about how this was included within the National Development Plan. And it was like explore and understand the uptaking of RBF in service delivery. So we do like the same in development cooperation. We have a pool of projects that are part of a strategy, 4-year strategy, and then we obtain data that will inform the design of new programs that are formulated for future years. So based on CIPSCO, on the program, the social impact bonds, we learned that it was possible to obtain concrete results after, I think, 6 years that we have been implementing. Well, Daniel knows better than me. He has been a part of this since the beginning. And after 6 years, we have been able to obtain concrete numbers. 4 SIPs, 4,000 jobs. Of those, 70% for women, which to some extent has allowed us to tie this in order to contribute to reducing the gender inequality gap, as well as salaries 10% higher than average of the minimum wage in Colombia, and $3.7 million that were mobilized by private sector. Daniel was saying 6% of impact investment size in the Colombian market. So these are numbers that to some extent provide concrete results about the effectiveness of development cooperation funds in terms of development. How we could extrapolate this to other programs. That is what we are doing now. We implement this in workforce development as part of our strategy. Now we are trying to expand the uptake of RBF approaches in other programs within our portfolio, the active project that we have now in Colombia. For instance, I will give you a brief example. We are uptaking RBF approaches in a flagship program that we have. It's called Colombia Más Competitiva, or More Competitiveness for Colombia. In English, it is basically we work in specific value chains that are interesting for the Swiss market, specialty cocoa, specialty coffee, natural ingredients, and sustainable tourism. Within the sustainable cocoa and sustainable coffee value chains, we are implementing this RBF approach in order to tie the support that we provide under this program with concrete KPIs that are more related to, for instance, climate change, like water losses reductions, energy consumption reductions, how to increase quality in the production of coffee, exports, volume or value. These kind of KPIs now are tied to the support that we provide through this program specifically, and also we are including the RBF uptake in the water and sanitation sector. We have now a new initiative with the Inter-American Development Bank. It's called Source of Innovation. And within this new facility, we are exploring the possibilities to uptake RBF in the water sector, for instance, in reducing water losses for water utilities, increasing efficiency, effectiveness in service provision of these kind of services in the urban areas in Colombia. This is, for instance, one of the examples I have now in order to see how, as a donor, we are uptaking RBF and we are extrapolating the lessons learned from workforce development, from CIPSCO, to other projects in the portfolio.
Okay, and Daniel, the program is winding down, closing like the first tranche of the program. So how you see the future of these RBF ecosystem in Colombia and what is needed Are you trying to get a new project, a new program, or how we support these more from the private foundation, multilateral agency side?
Well, yes, it has been 6 years from the program, and I think, as Aura was mentioning, there is already a change of mindset. So the systems start to actually change the demand on outcomes. But what we see that's still missing is technical assistance. So in some cases, there is someone that in ECD, early childhood development, says, we want to work this or nutrition issues, but they don't know the how. So what is missing right now is not the mindset, because there's already a demand. We actually got a Congress 3 months ago in Colombia, and it was incredible to have over 300 people of different sectors demanding more and more this type of topics, but we need that technical assistance. So I think for the next stage, and we're talking with SECO, the IDB, and the different stakeholders, is how to actually accelerate the knowledge transfer. It's through toolkits, it's through hubs, how we can actually scale this technical assistance, not only for workforce development, but for other topics. So that's one of the biggest challenges. Second is also to promote more private investments, different type of tools. Of course, RBF, we are talking about social impact bonds, but there is the income share agreements, there are MCAs, so there are different mechanisms that promote result-based finance in different approaches. So what I think in the next stage is understand the different vehicles that are promoting this type of outcomes, agree on the outcomes so that we're getting into the SDG agenda and funneling global and local resources in a much smarter way to actually monitor what's working and what's not working with better evidence, and invite different organizations. I think, for example, and it's very happy for me to be here and listen what the challenges in Morocco are, or when I'm talking also to South African social impact bonds or challenges, because middle-income countries share a lot of challenges. So for sure, these 2 days, I will also learn what's happening here, what we can learn from you, what we can take into Colombia, and that's happening at much global conversation. And I think we have to have like this hub of sharing knowledge at the global level, and that should be also part of the next challenge.
Okay, thank you. And Aura, so like, how we keep pushing the agenda on public innovation, like beyond like just impact bonds or an instrument, but actually how can we, like Daniel was talking about, mindset has been changed, but like how we mainstream these ideas, right? And how we institutionalize this approach on governments as well.
I think that we need to be pushy. We need to talk a lot about this agenda, this approach. We need to try to upgrade approaches to public policy, or at least try to make them more like with an institutional framework, and that's one of the key lessons of Colombia. I think that lots of things were happening before the National Development Plan, but for sure, once we integrate the approach in that roadmap, then we can actually build from that effort. The second thing is, like, I do believe that us, like everyone here, even rather than if you are in the public sector, private sector, or civil society, I do believe that we all should like believe in ourselves, like we are all champions of these agendas. There is not only the president or the minister that has to push this kind of approaches. We all can do it in our daily basis, in every project, or at least having in mind that these kind of tools exist. In Colombia, for example, I loved when we reframe these kind of approaches as humble experimentation, because we were actually saying we are all learning, we are all trying to understand how these complex problems that we are facing can be solved in different ways, and maybe we don't know exactly how to do it, but at least we are open to learn and to fail. And I think that once you understand that, even if it's obvious for a lot of people, in the public sector is not that evident, it's not that obvious. And especially because we are not open, or at least nobody told us how to receive feedback, for example. And I think that RBF approach, we talk a lot about evidence, data, but it's also about feedback. Like, how can we get feedback when things go wrong, or when we don't have the results that we expected, or when we expend a lot of money, public resources, and we didn't have the results or the impact that we were designing at the beginning. And again, I think it's simple to say it, but once you switch the government every 4 years, it's then when you realize that feedback is important, not only for the project, not only for the public policy, but especially because what I guess what it will be the powerful tool about that is, hey, next president, hey, next minister, next director, we learned, and here's the knowledge management about that project, that public policy. Take those insights and do it better. So I think that's one of the challenges, one of the lessons, but also one of the key approaches, more philosophical approaches, that I think it's very important, because we need to be more humble and more open to evaluation, but especially let's say, like the bad evaluation or the bad results or the results that we don't like, that it's not maybe the ones that politicians want to share, but they are very powerful and useful when we are designing public programs. Thank you.
Thanks, Aura. And finally, William, just to close this panel, like, can you talk a little bit about what's next, right? And like, you have been working on kind of larger scale, like RBA programs for workforce development. So what's next for the mayor's office?
Well, 4 years, and this is my last one. So run. That's the answer. But at the moment, I'm with Sebastian and Stiglio. We are doing a program, unemployment program similar to the one that we mentioned, but with directed specifically to former inmates. That's a program that we are thinking to the development in this month. In addition, we are designing programs for business support and exchange that can help us to generate an exponential growth in the city business. And the biggest challenge can be the continuity, of these programs. And unfortunately, governments in Colombia only have 4 years. And today, it's uncertainly where this program will be continued with the next mayor of Bogota. So something that is important in these strategies are living in the ecosystem operators who, through the experience, will be able to establish a business model and provide this type of service to the population that needed them in the future without the need for the local government or national government to finance them. In simple words, I think that we are in the process of teaching others how to develop a roadmap that generates employment on the city of Bogota. Our hope for the future is that these organizations will be able to generate employment independently of government funding or international cooperation and position of providers of employment service in the city. I think that's what it comes. We have learned and we teach them, and I hope that Daniel and Fundación Corona and Stiglio continue the process with the next mayor of Bogota.
Okay, so big challenge, which actually we already, we have gone through 3 national governments, which we have learned a lot. And actually one of the key learnings from that process is being able to between governments keep projects ongoing, right? Like we have something to discuss about. Like when a new government arrives, like we have something to talk about. So the launching of the next iteration of the workforce development contract in Bogota, that's key that we can make sure like it continue a couple of months into a new government so we can have like excuse to keep discussing with the new officials about like what is the program. So that's all like from our side. Like I just want to briefly like summarize some ideas and give you like some space for your question, but like important things that we were talking here about, like how champions are key to kick off, ignite the ecosystem, something that already happened in Morocco, like how is key to build like the systems and the learning from the beginning. Actually, like that's gonna inform public policy, but also inform potential donors, outcome payers. So it's key to build the systems actually to provide the right information and write the and create the evidence that actually this can work and how this is more powerful than like traditional approaches. Something like important about minds and mentality is the humble experimentation that Ara was mentioning, and how is like understanding that we can fail as well, but like actually we can just stand up and like keep pushing the agenda of like let's try to do things just in a different way and to achieve better outcomes. And also, like finally, like something from all these ideas is to build the toolkits and the right like instruments that are gonna allow other people to scale and do these type of approaches like in a different level, like Bogota is doing, right? Like we experiment and we did the first impact bonds, like spending a lot of money in technical assistance, a lot of money in learnings and evaluation, and then like now when we spend the same amount of money but we're thinking about 10 times more results, that start making sense, which is also what the minister was mentioning before, like how we start seeing like this is way not only cost effective in terms of results but also in terms of design and planning, right? So there's like I hope like this conversation has brought like some new ideas and insights about like what worked and what didn't in Colombia. So I don't know, Youssef, how we're gonna, like if any one of you have some questions, just raise your hand and like, okay, here, one, who has the microphone? 1, 2, if we can start here. And you let us know if you want to direct your questions to someone specifically or... Oh, yep.
First of all, I want to thank you for this international seminar and the idea that you're sharing. I'm Nasima bin Rahman, I'm an MCC intern. So my question actually is directed to all of you. Anyone want to answer? It's just actually a perspective that I'm sharing, an idea that I've got. So the key element of RBF is looking for champion. That's what I've been hearing since this international seminar has started with the minister and also with each one of you from this panel. But actually, the idea of this international seminar is to generalize the solution, like the Colombian experience with other country. So I had a lot of questions first, like how to find those champions. Do they have a specific characteristic? Do they have a specific tips to find them? We work with a lot of partners in MCC and MCA, and also you. Sometimes you may think that this is the right partner to choose, but there is a lot of things that block you afterward. And what Aura said is the key element why I have this perspective, because you said that we have to wake up emotions in those partners and persuade them to still have this interest and collaborate with us. And also, they have to learn how to collaborate. So it's not actually about finding champions, but you create champions. So this is the perspective, and I want to see if you agree or not.
can I answer? I absolutely agree. I mean, when you asked how can we find them, my first reaction was like, we don't find them. We build them. Like, we have to train them. At least, of course, you can find people that are already very open to innovation, that believe in innovation, that are actually themselves entitled to become entrepreneurs, intra-entrepreneurs. But I think that mostly you can train lots of public servants that eventually will become champions. And champions for me is a person, that's what I said, everyone can do that, that understand the approach, believe in that approach, talked about that. You know, like sometimes maybe you don't have a project or you don't work in a public body that will use RBF, but just the fact that you know that it exists and that you can share with another public servant, not even in the national level, maybe in the local level, and to share with that person that that tool exists, I think that's very powerful. Because in the public sector, it works a lot when you said, like, I saw that it worked, or I saw that that public body can give you to you some feedback or learnings, evidence, data, etc. So for me, it's like that. And I think that once you have that, that's when you can start talking about networks, communities, ecosystems. That's when a lot of people said, like, hey, I'm part of this public servants, entrepreneurs community. And that community, maybe it's a WhatsApp group. Fine, excellent. That's my opinion.
Just to complement Aura's point, I agree that you build the capacity, but something that happens is, in our experience, we build some of those champions by doing. The learning by doing was very, very relevant. So because trust building requires time, requires empowerment, of course, but it was learning by doing. So what we saw at the regional level in Latin America, there were like 3 or 4 another countries that tried to build a SIP, but they didn't launch. Even though you had champions, well, trust wasn't actually built because there was no implementation. And in that part, something that was very relevant for Colombia was the cooperation, because the cooperation of SECO and the IDB Lab were enablers for risk-taking into the local government, the national government, and others that actually leverage not only resources but political will to actually try to do this and to start those type of risk-taking. So I think it was a mix on building the trust, but also having those type of enablers on the cooperation at the starting point, that I think you also have this type of condition here.
Maybe just to add a little bit on that last point that Daniel was mentioning, the role of development cooperation is key. In order to some extent, first establish these frank discussions with the government, with the partner country, in order to understand what is the level of market readiness, what is the level of understanding and uptaking of certain specific topic we want to raise on the agenda. And once this conversation takes place, we are able to identify what are specifically the needs of the counterparts, which are the specific topics that the partner country requires to work on, and then is where the international cooperation resources could play a key role, could provide a value proposition. So basically, when we started to work in this program, we also have this policy level in which we have these kind of conversations with the government in order to understand which is the status of different processes, what are the bottlenecks, what are the challenges, and then how, through the program, we could provide technical assistance that will allow the identification and the inception of alternatives to unlock those barriers. A concrete case, budgeting. We have these budgeting restrictions. Now we have this specific legal firm that is analyzing the budgetary process in order to provide this advisory in order to solve and to unlock these legal procedures that need to be that requires to be amendment in order to guarantee more flexibility. This kind of conversation needs to happen in order to unlock and to have these kind of very close and frank conversations between donors, the public sector counterparts, as well as the implementing partners.
Okay, I think, okay, here.
Bonjour, je me présente.
Good morning, Abdelkader Ftoui. I'm the president of the Moroccan Association for SMEs and MCC-Morocco Partnership for Employability. Thank you for the different speakers. Thank you to the organizers of this important workshop on RBF that we have actually practiced in the field in Morocco. Beyond the well-established advantages of this mechanism, which were clearly and well presented, I am focused on the perspective of scaling up of this mechanism. I believe that we need to focus on all the positive results, but also on the insufficiencies in the field. And in this regard, by building on the experience in Colombia, what are the major constraints? The major constraints imposed by this in the implementation of this mechanism in the field, specifically when it comes to procedures and the complex nature of procedures in the field. The system is deployed both nationally and locally and regionally. So the success of a system should also focus on the simplicity of approaches of application in the field, and also the implication of stakeholders, which is an important part of the mechanism. And based on your presentation of the situation in Colombia, you quoted in particular Bogota, the capital. We know that, but what happened outside of Bogota? Has it been, did you scale it up in other regions outside of Bogota? Here and when we speak of regions in Morocco, they are very different. When the regions of Morocco is not the suburbs of Rabat, the rural regions are completely different from urban regions. So you spoke to stakeholders, and to what extent the success of a system requires the upgrading of all the stakeholders who are responsible for the implementation of and appropriation of this mechanism. So this mechanism, can this mechanism integrate specific local characteristics and the different levels of capacity of understanding of the stakeholders? And my last question, given the fact that I am part of an NGO, what role has civil society played in Colombia for the success, and at what stage of the process, and what link in the chain? Is civil society implicated only in the deployment, or was it? Did it participate at the inception stage and deployment and evaluation stages? Merci.
But I'm gonna start I'm gonna take just one of your question for myself, kind of like your question about like different regions, right? About how we implement these in different parts of Colombia, and actually the story of these impact bonds, like most of them have been implemented in 3-4 cities at the same time. So actually, like we have implemented this at a national level. It means like with national funding, but in different cities. So we have been in the like 4 or 5 of the most important cities in Colombia, like the mechanism has worked. And obviously in each of them, like every service provider or intermediary has to be thinking about what are the needs of that region? How's the workforce development like context? Like what are the needs? Who's working there? Like how is the youth? Like are they properly trained or not? So actually, like one of the value adds of using this RBF approach on solving these type of issues is like you're giving the service provider and the people who's on the field on every of those regions like the flexibility to implement the right program and the right approach for what is the people who are like the participants of these type of projects, to understand what is the right skill set we need to build on them, and also to understand what is the demand for jobs like in the city to be actually training on things that are going to be relevant for the region and the city. So it's actually in Colombia we have had more than 5 cities working on this type of instrument, and we also in the second impact bond we have the city of Cali, which is the 3rd largest city in Colombia, was also one of the outcome payers. So that's kind of your like question, but actually like where we want to go in the future is be able to understand better how to approach different populations, like what is the right incentive for women or for youth or for like senior citizens who are like very difficult to actually hire, or like as William was talking about, like how we provide economic opportunities for ex-convicts. So there's a lot of things like thoughts about population, but also about what are the difference between like the regions where there's more unemployment or where there are more rural areas or less formal jobs, and how we tackle those issues. So that's kind of like where we're moving forward. I'm going to let the other guests to tackle the other question. Aura, you want to answer part of that? And then like probably I'll be, Daniel, if you talk about like how's the implementation and how you like put in, like how you start this type of mechanism, the challenges that you usually have, like you can talk about it as well.
Je vais vous répondre en français.
I will be responding in French. Just a part of your question, you were asking what are the constraints tied to this kind of approach, and at the national level in Colombia, how we had mentioned that we were able to succeed in terms of public policy, and we wanted this to be an example for local authorities. The fact that we had a national policy, and that's why we kept things really simple, that we want to explore and promote this approach, which would provide the freedom of maneuver for local authorities to find solutions to their own local problems. What you did not want to say was that there was a single one-size-fits-all approach, but that each local authority could adapt it to its context, its needs. The second major constraint we were confronted to, and we were able to overcome, it was to speak of a toolbox rather than an approach. As the local and national government changes every 4 years, we wanted to ensure that we would be training civil servants so that they would have a toolbox that they could use for healthcare, for employment, for public transport, where any public policy. And I hadn't mentioned, but we did train 8,000 civil servants on these different types of tools for public innovation, to tell them that yes, you can indeed use them in multiple domains. What counts is that you're equipped for these challenges. And I think both approaches allow us to provide the following message. You need to be patient, given that there is a change every 4 years, and you can build on successes, of course, but sometimes there might not be results because of a governmental transition, which is why I think training people allows us to have these champions who will be able to pursue, to support this approach. And I think the constraints, that's what we tried to do in Colombia. And now that we've just changed government, we will be speaking to this again in 2 years to measure the eventual success.
The question on the NGOs and the potential role, I think most of the NGOs could be playing a role as service providers. So in most of our programs in Colombia, there was, I think, only one that was a for-profit startup trying to actually close the skill gap, but most of the service providers so far were NGOs. And there was a big challenge in many of those because even though they were good at the services they were offering, they were never measured by outcomes. So we as investors on the first 2 programs, we didn't actually get the results that they planned to. But they saw ourselves and the collaboration much more as a strengthened capacities type of model, investing model, not a procurement model on the service providers. So NGOs are participating in Colombia, delivering the results, but also trying to have a better mentality towards outcome, a better performance management tools, and a better accountability in one side. And on the other side, you also mentioned on the accountability part, what I think is very relevant is how to actually get the connection on the participants or the beneficiaries, because they're the direct connection through SMEs or to the different organizations. So how to actually the beneficiaries see these type of programs as a better program to actually make the government accountable and to demand for it into the long term, because that's the only way to make it sustainable. We don't want to see this program as only as an innovation or as RBF as the most efficient program, and the NGOs or the service providers are the one delivering the solutions. So we have to strengthen them in that type of role. That's what has happened in Colombia. And on the local from national, I would say the capacities at the local level are totally different than in Bogota, the capital, or at the national level. We tried to develop one SIP in Barranquilla over the last 4 years, and we're still waiting. Cali actually was able because he got all the support, but it's challenging. So it's always important to strengthen the capacity, as I was mentioning, at the local levels, because there are totally different type of skills.
And maybe just to add on the point regarding the constraints during the implementation phase of these kind of projects, I will refer to the external factors that to some extent affects the implementation process. When we were implementing the second SIP with the city of Cali, that one that was at the local level, it was in 2020 when the COVID-19 outbreak took place. Our program was focused on job placements and job retentions. And what was happening back in that time was that firms were closing and the labor market was completely disrupted. So it was super challenging for service providers to achieve the outcome metrics. But the good thing about these kind of programs is the flexibility that they provide to the implementer. As the government only focus on the what, on the results they want to achieve, on the problem they want to solve, they leave like all the freedom possible to the service providers to think in the how. And that is very related to the point that Aura was highlighting before. And it's like the service providers back then in Cali, they managed to establish these adjustments within the intervention route in order to be able to comply with the outcome metrics. For instance, make partnerships within different economic sectors in order to move people that were working in a sector that was super affected by the pandemic, and to make this kind of arrangement for temporary work with others that were in a high demand during the pandemic. For instance, these medical services or customer services in the health sector. So these kind of benefits are the ones that allow the results-based financing be relevant in order to solve these social, very complex problems, because they provide this kind of flexibility or freedom degrees in order to adapt service delivery. I will say that.
Okay, thank you very much. And that brings to an end like this part and this panel in the session. I think just want to thank, I don't know, here they're managing. This afternoon. Okay, so we can keep like asking some question, and actually we have time if you want to discuss with like any of us. We're gonna be outside also during lunch and like later. So I just want to thank the panel and all of you for coming from Colombia, coming here and actually spending this time with us, like sharing your insights about what has been achieved in Colombia, what are the challenges to move the agenda forward. So thank you very much, and thank you all for paying all this attention to us for this time.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup à tous les panélistes pour ce moment d'échange et de partage. Je vous invite, en vous invitant à un déjeuner qui aura lieu au premier étage à la salle Pavillon de Salé. Et durant les déjeuners, vous pouvez discuter avec les panélistes et leur poser toutes les questions que vous n'avez pas eu l'occasion de poser pendant la session du panel. Merci. Et juste par rapport au temps, on se retrouve ici dans 1 heure pour les travaux de la 2e session ou le 2e panel de cette journée. Merci.
Check 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, check, check. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, check 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check 1, 2, 1, check. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2.
واحد قلنا يدير واحد حاجه وشد الحاجه اخرى كتقول معاك يسحب دابا يسحب راسو واعرين.
Check 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check my control. Test 1, 2, 1, 2.
كاين تما 4 نحتاجو واحد الموديراتور وواحد اللي يبقى عندي انا ملي يجيو لي كيسيون ريبونس ديك الساعه نعطيو هذوك اللي نعطيو لي زوتيس حيت المودير
غادي يكون باش ما يطلعش شي واحد تما يبان عاوتاني
داكور دونك ها هو واحد عندي وربعه راه كاينين تما وواحد غتعطيو لي زوتيس ومن بعد نزيدهم واحد صافي اوكي. Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Nous allons reprendre les travaux du séminaire avec le deuxième panel de la journée sur les perspectives internationales et le futur des mécanismes FBR. J'invite pour cela M. Avnish, qui sera le modérateur de ce panel, à venir démarrer les travaux du panel. Donc, M. Avnish, il va se joindre à nous.
Bonjour à tous. On va faire cette discussion en anglais aussi pour le bénéfice de nos panélistes. Si vous pouvez utiliser les écouteurs si vous en avez besoin. My name is Avnish Gangadodas. I'm the co-founder and the managing director of Instiglio. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this panel. Big thanks to the MCA and to the partners at the Ministry of Inclusion, INDH, l'ANAPEC, for hosting this panel and participating in it, and more importantly, making the last 5 years of collaboration with us a big success. So this panel is called Global Perspectives and Future Results-Based Approaches. And what we want to do is to zoom out from the discussion in Colombia that we just had earlier this morning and really look at the broader global practice around results-based financing. And we want to give you a sense of how results-based financing is growing globally. What are the sectors and issues that we have seen really take up this practice? We want to, through our panelists and the experience, give you a sense of how large international donors and funders are using it, both to improve the effectiveness of their own spending, but to also improve the effectiveness of the partners and the government partners that they work with. Thirdly, we want to hear from the panelists and the experience regarding the impact that results-based finance is actually having on their programs, what lessons they're taking out of the experience, and what drivers of success are, as well as, finally, hear the challenges that they're facing to scale up. Like the minister said this morning, the real question we're asking ourselves today in this space after more than 10 years of experimentation, of pilots, of demonstrating that this can have transformational impact on the performance of public services, transformational impact on the outcomes of the most vulnerable. how can we take this to the scale systems of government, whether these are contracting systems, procurement systems, where government are procuring services through third parties, or whether those are, systems of government's own public provision. So I hope we can take the conversation forward in that direction in the next hour and a half or so. To kick us off, I want to give you a very short intro of the trends that we're seeing in international development regarding the results-based financing practice. Before I do that, let me quickly introduce our panelists that we have with us today. So first on the panel is Aneta Wyszynska. I'm probably not saying your name entirely right, but she's a senior specialist for anti-corruption and impact at the Global Fund for Tuberculosis, Malaria, and AIDS, based in Geneva. And she's been one of the most inspiring champions I've come across in the last 10 years, really pushing this agenda across many, many countries and taking out the hard challenge of changing the way funders work. So we'd have a chance to hear from her more. Second in line is MCC's own Ryan Moore. So Ryan is the person that really kickstarted MCC's thinking on results-based financing, I think 7 or 8 years ago now. And I remember everything really started with conversations with Ryan and the team at the MCC in Washington, D.C. on how could we start experimenting with results-based financing in the MCC's portfolio. And he's going to have a chance to tell us about how these early experiments and the work that we're doing here with the MCA in Morocco and with the MCAs elsewhere in Sierra Leone and in Senegal, elsewhere, how this is adding up to a portfolio that's starting to motivate the MCC to adopt results-based financing as a day-to-day core financing methodology, and how this is being done at the central level. Next on the panel, we have Michael Riese, who's an Associate Director for Social Finance at the UBS Optimus Foundation. So the UBS Optimus Foundation was one of the very early organizations to believe in the power and the potential of results-based finance, and they've been in this journey for, I think, close to 10 years as well now. And they've had a chance to live through the evolution of this space, to see how and why and how to continue believing in this practice, and would have a chance to learn from their wide portfolio of work. I'll give them a chance to give you more information in a second. And then myself, I have already introduced myself. So quick, statistics and figures on how results-based financing has been evolving in the last, let's just say, 20 years or so. So you'll see this practice dates back more than 20 years, more than close to 30 years now, but probably even before that. I think we just started collecting information 30 years ago. And starting 1993, you start seeing a take-up in results-based financing with a real inflection point around 2000 to 2009, 2010. And to date, we have close to $30 billion calculated that has been channeled for results-based financing globally. A big part of that volume of spending has been coming from the World Bank through its results-based loan mechanism, which is what really drives the volume. So I want to make a caveat that this graph is overstating a bit, I think, the extent to which results-based financing has been adopted globally. It's really one major big actors, and there's a lot more to be done by others, and especially by country governments. This slide gives you a sense of the actors, as I mentioned, who are really driving the bulk of this financing. So you'll see that the World Bank has about a third of the financing, of the total results-based financing in the world. Important to note that the second largest group of organizations are governments, in particular African governments. We have more than 30 African governments who have either launched pilots or are in the process of scaling up results-based financing nationwide. And I'll talk in a little bit about the sectors that they're getting interested in. And then you have a range of donor collaboratives where donors come together searching for results, wanting to have results and exploring the use of that. The HRITF here, for example, is the Health Results Innovation Trust Fund at the World Bank, and it's a collaborative of many donors who came together and said we want to have better health outcomes, and using results-based financing as a mechanism to do so. Now, in terms of the sectors that have really led the way for results-based financing, I think health is by far one of the social services that has really had the greatest level of experimentation and adoption. And sometimes people ask why that's the case. I think part of the reason that's the case is that health outcomes are much easier measured sometimes than in other sectors. Some of the reason has been, the implication and the need to really save lives, which is such like a tangible and important outcome for most countries, being prioritized as an important priority and wanting to make progress on that. But what I want to communicate through this slide is that this is not a sectoral intervention. You'll see that this is being tested in so many different sectors. It's really an innovation in public management and public finance. So this is an innovation that can cut across any sectors where you have a question around how do we ensure quality, how do we make sure that cost effectiveness is prioritized, how do we make sure that public funding translates into high quality life outcomes for those we tend to serve and we're called to serve. So that's a little bit, to set the stage and give you a sense of how this practice has been growing. Without further ado, I'll just switch to the panel. What we'll try to do is to keep the panel discussion relatively short and probably less than 40 minutes or so, and give as much time for questions and answers, which I felt in the last session there were a few questions that went unanswered, so we'll try to avoid that. Thank you. All right, so I'll turn back to you, Anita, Ryan, and Michael, for not reintroducing yourself, but maybe telling the audience a little bit about your organization. What does it do, first of all? What is the mission and the impact that you're looking for as an organization? And where are you in your journey in terms of effectiveness journey, let's call it like that, the search for greater effectiveness, and what role results-based financing is currently playing in it. So maybe I'll start with you, Anita, if you don't mind.
Thank you. Je parle français, mais c'est pas trop bien, alors je...
I do speak French, but it's not very good, so I will continue in English if you allow me to.
The Global Fund was created in 2000 by the Gates Foundation and governments to basically finance the elimination of AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis. We have about $14 billion to spread across 120 countries. We give the money in every 3 years, sorry. We give money to governments, but also to nonprofit organizations, international organizations, anyone we need. 30% of our money goes into medication and health products, and the remainder goes to operational activities and interventions, public health interventions. The Global Fund was set up assuming that we will be financing ministries of health. And as a result, our normal way of contracting or giving money is linked to public financial management rules, meaning to determine that our money was spent correctly and then report back to the EU, the US, so on. We send accountants to ministries and anyone else, and we ask them to show us complete and compliant documentation of procurement and invoicing. And when our, usually PwC, says something's missing, we ask them to pay us back. And that doesn't seem to be working very well. By way of background, I am a lawyer, and I spent the vast majority of my career as the investigator of the theft of money that either the World Bank gives or the Global Fund then gives. And my job was to find all those fake documents and call back the money. And I started to realize after a while that I might be looking at documents that were made to comply with my rules. The only reason why they were produced is because we require them. And actually those documents, whether they looked real or not, actually didn't tell us anything about whether the activity took place at all, or whether the data that was being generated was true or not. It literally told us nothing. And so I was watching over the course of 10 years, I then moved into the risk management function, and was watching the Global Fund try to pay for performance with RBF. Mostly the people who tried, the organization that tried to push this was the programmatic people who want impact, the conversation we were having here. And it wasn't working at all. There wasn't much take-up. Now the take-up has started for the first time, and it's actually because our financial people started controlling more and more the documents and requiring more and more invoices and more proof, so much that we literally stopped the activities happening. And we couldn't get our money spent. So I will just say the actual reason why we're moving to RBF is because the current model isn't working. Bureaucracy and compliance actually isn't giving us neither the absorption we need, nor the elimination of financial risk that we need, and it's starting to become very clear that we actually don't really know what's happening on the impact side. So I'll stop here.
Thank you, Aneta. Ryan, perhaps over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Avnish, Aneta, great insights there. I come from a background of monitoring and evaluation, economics as sort of the way I see the world. And we in the Millennium Challenge Corporation certainly have a strong emphasis on the economic rate of return and just how the growth impacts of the investments that we make. And a few years ago, we sort of started getting back our first crop, if you will, of rigorous evaluations. We've always believed a lot in sort of rigorously evaluating, not just did we complete the programs, but did they actually have the ultimate outcome on constituents, beneficiaries. And in a cycle of agriculture programs, we got back our first 5 rigorous evaluations about 3 years after the programs had were completed or so. And those all sort of pointed to, well, actually, yes, you did complete the programs. Yes, you've trained the farmers. The extension services were delivered. The sort of compliance of was generally intact. Yet actually, farmers still had the same sort of yields, even though they adopted the new practices that they were trained in. Their yields didn't change. Their incomes didn't change. And it was a real wake-up moment for us as an institution. And I think that's only one lens, but just to give one lens, that for us made us start asking this question: is there a way, first of all, to actually pay for the things we care more about, rather than care about the things that may or may not get you to the ultimate outcome you care about? But then also a sort of timeline question. which is to say those programs were, if you just put together a couple years to develop a program, 4 or 5 years of implementation, 2 or 3 more years of rigorous evaluation, you're talking about a 10-year learning cycle just to have even sort of harvest the learning from programs that are not going well. And then you picture, oh, let's take that learning into another country and then design another program, implement another program, wait and evaluate and see if the new way we did it. You know, you're talking about a sort of 10, 20-year learning cycle. And so I think that for me is at least one lens on which you can think about results-based financing, which is, can you tighten that learning cycle? Can you tighten it in a way that says, why don't we pay for the things that we care more about that will hopefully allow us one way to more quickly learn, you know, and I'll wrap that sort of as just our genesis, if you will, but there is sort of, I feel validated in the fact that the work we've done here in Morocco, I feel like there's already been much learning, good, bad, and ugly, that we'll talk about in the next, you know, this afternoon and into tomorrow. And so for me, that's, you know, at least an early validation that maybe we can speed up that learning cycle. Maybe we don't have to wait for an entire program to entirely close out, wait for 3 years after it's done. Again, not to sort of suggest that independent evaluation isn't going to teach us new and different lessons, but that we can tighten that by focusing on paying for the results.
Hi everyone, yeah, and thanks for having me here. The government of Morocco, the MCA, and Instiglio. Really good to be meeting with all of you here in beautiful Morocco. I'm from the UBS Optimus Foundation. The UBS Optimus Foundation is a global foundation which manages around like 200 programs on an ongoing basis, and we commit around like 160 million per year to these programs. We are actually partly working together with UBS, the bank. We're a separate entity, but we are on the fundraising side, for example, working closely together with them. For example, a large share of our funding is coming from UBS wealth management clients and UBS itself as well. Plus, and we're also more and more working together with UBS also to develop investable products actually together with other parts of the bank, which are really have a strong focus on impact. Thematically, we focus on health, education, child protection, and then also climate and the environment since about 3 years. And we started using result-based financing around like, I guess now it's like 6 years ago. And initially, I think the goal there was that we wanted to give our clients, which want to contribute to solving social problems around the world, in a way how they can actually pay for these results in an effective way. And so we started very small with some impact bonds in India, and have since scaled up our focus on result-based financing quite a bit. We developed or were involved in other impact bonds, and also established now like a fund which is providing this capital to organizations who want to engage in result-based financing programs, but might not be able to do this from their own balance sheet and might need some financing until they actually receive the results where they're paid back. I think that's it for our journey so far. Happy to go into more details of why we think that result-based financing is really effective there.
Great, thanks. So a bit of a wild card question that none of you are prepared for, perhaps from me. But so Aneta, you talked about the fact that our control systems are not really working, or they're not performing as they should perform. They're certainly sometimes constraining our impact. Ryan, you talked about the fact that our M&E systems, when we do start measuring, show us that there are some reasons to be concerned that we're not getting the impact that we think we're getting. And I think many of our government partners here would also reflect that we seem to be having what you might call a huge effectiveness gap, that the output and outcome rates of public spending is relatively low compared to where it could be if we were to get these systems to work better, if we were to get the right incentive environment in place. What is your hypothesis of why it hasn't happened? Why there's not more leadership on these issues within institutions that are managing, really large amount of public finance? You talked about billions of dollars over 3 years. I think the MCC's budget's about $1 billion. and certainly government organizations manage significantly more even. Sort of trying to tease out this kind of root cause issues here. What is your view on that? And would welcome, answers from anyone.
I don't know what sectors all of you are in. I can just speak to the sector that I have been spending the last 13 years of my life in, which is health. And I think there's a few challenges. When you're a health professional, you do not consider yourself a financing professional. Yeah? You have your expertise in that field of yours that you studied in, and it's somebody else's job to do money. Finance people, accountant people, yeah? And our institutions, the silos in our institutions support that, right? That's their job. That's not my job. I stay in my lane, they stay in their lane. The problem is that when you don't tie money to what you want as the professional in the actual intervention, you're literally giving up power to drive what you want. Because money is power. We know that. That's it. It's that simple. And I think, frankly, our universe, the way we're trained, and then the bureaucratic silos we walk into disincentivize us all from looking at what we're trying to achieve and bringing everything from every part of our institution together to create a comprehensive system. Yeah? We think the finance people will do their thing and I'll do my thing, and it just sort of sets apart. And then of course we don't, as a result, we don't understand what everyone else does. And this is the other thing. I have found that when we propose something like this, most of the time the fear is, yeah, but the auditor will get us in trouble on the backside. What will audit say? What will the Supreme Audit Agency say? What will the people, the legal team? I don't know what your people, who are your people who block you? We all have them, yeah? And in my world, it tends to be the lawyers. I'm a lawyer, so I can say this. The lawyers and the auditors, and I'm a former auditor. So I have found that we don't understand that actually the lawyers and the auditors are actually bound to execute the rules that we set. And that might require going up to a regulatory policy level that, again, we may decide is not within our scope of our silo, of our bureaucratic role. So I think that has been a big problem, and I'm assuming it's a problem for you as it is a problem for us.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to add? Otherwise, I can also move the conversation forward.
Kind of maybe add like two reasons why I think people are sometimes not engaging in result-based financing, which I think are potentially also wrong reasons, and that's it's often maybe it's said that it's just like complex and expensive, and we think these are not true. We think it's not complex because I think it's like many of the concepts of result-based financing are already used in, for example, the private sector. I'm not saying everything is good in the private sector, but like there it's very common that you tie results to financing. The use of like bonuses or success fees or retainers is very common. So I think it is already done in a large share of the economy. So, and it should be possible to also apply these principles in the impact space. With regard to the costs, yes, I think designing like a good result-based financing programs can maybe have like some costs upfront, but I think like arguing with these costs as making these instruments expensive is again like looking at the inputs and not the outcomes. I think if you consider all these different costs also at the onset of a program, and it's still cost effective, then this shouldn't matter, because we should be looking at like the cost per outcome and not at just like all the different costs which are maybe accruing throughout the project.
Great. If I can ask you now to maybe bring it to the concrete, and let's talk about an example or a set of examples that you have gone through in implementation and where you have implemented results-based financing to try to tackle some of these barriers that you've mentioned. If you can reflect on the impact you're seeing, not just in terms of the outcomes and the results, but also in terms of the motivation of the people involved, the systems that are emerging. How's it changing the reality of implementation for you? And what are we learning, both in terms of what drives success, but also what challenges the scale up of these things?
So I guess I have the unenviable task of speaking a little bit to the impact here in Morocco, which we'll hear about. But I, you know, given how closely I've worked over a number of years, I think there's a couple pieces that I've seen, and I think the impact of sort of paying for results that seems most salient to me is that it forces you to reckon with both what you're achieving and not, and I think it makes it right in your face, which it comes as a bit of an Achilles heel politically, perhaps, but that also is to some degree the potential of results-based financing is it makes you grapple with not only some of the potential risks of programs that aren't achieving, making that more visible. I think in public administration, it's very easy for programs for 10, 15, 20 years to continue to underperform and hide that with really excellent communications or what have you, or whatever coping mechanisms public financial management have. What I've seen here in our program in Morocco be really impactful is that it made us, as we sort of put our money where our mouth was collectively with the government, that populations who are further from labor market outcomes naturally require a different set of interventions, have a different set of constraints that need to be overcome, and sort of hiding that with just per capita financing is problematic, and it sort of creates a sort of ingrained incentive both in existing programs and, if you don't do it right, in RBF programs as well. And so I think for to put a bit finer of a point on that, the reality that, for example, people who have been out of the labor market for a longer time may need more specific assistance to be able to get back into the labor market. Not grappling with that means that you've effectively written off that population, because they're going to be much harder, require much more services, and sort of that sort of inclusion aspect of, not that the benefits are equal either, right? And I think that that's the other side of, like, we often will talk about, well, populations who have specific labor market constraints are going to cost more. Well, they also may have much bigger benefits. And so putting both of those things into much more explicit paradigms that make sense for public financial management, I think has been critical in having a conversation, hearing people here in Morocco. I hope, and I've already heard even earlier this morning, people talking about how we need to make clearer that different populations require different services, and if you pay the same amount across public financial management systems, it means that you're effectively saying, work with the ones who don't have additional barriers and exclusion, and work with those easier to reach populations. And I think that's something that I think has been really exciting for me to see.
Great. Michael, I'm curious if you can share maybe some examples of projects that you guys have funded or supported, and what impact you're seeing, what learning
Yeah. I mean, just, first, generally speaking, I think like we really see like a tremendous effect like on these programs like throughout the different stages of the program. I think like on using before the program is launched, because like there is like a selection into the program of providers who can actually provide the results and have proven before maybe that they also can like show certain results. B, it can then also establish a certain accountability of these service providers that they can actually, because they're held accountable, right? Like once you start to tie like the outcomes to financing of the program, that they're incentivized then to really reveal what they think are their true impact projections. And I think this then also enables funders to really pick like the right service providers. And I think this is often like for me a bit of a really moment, I think, in a process where you are in touch with a social purpose organization. And once you really start then to also say, okay, you provided us like these impact projections, but now let's tie them to financing. Then I think like the whole conversation starts to change completely, because they realize, oh, okay, I'm held accountable. I need to think of like what's actually realistic. I cannot just have like some like shiny presentation of what I think could ideally happen. And then also I think like this also then causes the organization, or I guess like this would be then the incentivizing actor to think about how do we actually measure it, because I don't want to be cheated on this. And so this, even before the program is being launched, I think this can have a big impact. Throughout the project, of course, as well, like there, I think it has been, we have been talking about this already today, but it gives indeed like the implementing partners more freedom to do what they think is needed to maximize the outcomes. And I think one example to mention there is one of our impact bond in India was focusing on education throughout COVID. And once then the COVID pandemic hit, like many of like the trainings or the teaching to the children wasn't secured anymore. And if this would have been maybe a standard program where there would have been a set of activities, I think like no outcomes probably would have been realized. But because there was flexibility on the side of the outcome fund to just focus on the outcomes, there was complete flexibility to change the program and do what's needed to still like make that the children learn under these circumstances. I think another example of like an effect which is at stake throughout the program is, of course, then as well that these monitoring and evaluation tools which are being used throughout the delivery of the services enable then also the implementing partners to, on an ongoing basis, learn what they can do to improve the results. We've had one project where this was very evident, because in the first year there weren't really like high learning gains. And then the service providers were able to actually like learn from like the bad results. We were even able to substitute certain service providers which were not performing. And as a result, at the end of the project, then like the targets were still hit, because like we and also like the different service providers were able to learn from the results which were coming in. But I think even beyond like a single program, I think result-based financing can have like changing effects. One is that it also helps to establish like the evidence for certain interventions. It also helps to give evidence to certain organizations that they can deliver results and then help them like secure more funding in the future. And I think like more broadly speaking as well, I think it also helps then to establish more trust into the social sector, into the development sector, into governments, if they can really transparently show what the outcomes are they have achieved, and they can like mobilize more resources then if there is an increased trust in all the involved stakeholders.
Thank you, Michael. Annette, any reflections?
This one, just in case. Okay, the environments where we are working are actually the weakest capacity environments. I think there's an assumption that you need really high capacity environments. The problem is that low capacity environments, and whether you're working with service providers who are low capacity, or whether you're working with your own government employees who are low capacity, because you can structure the payment also to, for example, frontline health facilities that are public facilities. You can also pay them based on this, right? So it doesn't have to be with external providers. I just want to emphasize that. But the thing is, when you're working with a weak capacity implementer, they're just as weak in producing financial documents as they are in producing data. I mean, they're just weak. So What we really want them to do, however, is get better at producing what we care about, not at producing documents and invoices, okay? So I think one really important thing I want to share with you is one of the learnings we've made is that when we do it the normal way, and we look at how much time the staff or the employees of whoever is delivering the service for us, how much time they spend doing the activity that we want them to, versus making sure the paperwork is clean, we have found that more than 50% of people's time is spent making sure the paperwork is clean, which means they're not doing what you think they're doing. And we found this very concretely in the Congo, the DRC, when we were looking at the distribution of bed nets to households. The problem statement we had was that the paperwork keeps being falsified. And it's wrong, and we keep having to do the paperwork. And because the paperwork is taking so much time, the campaigns are taking longer. They're not actually distributing the nets. But I was told at the beginning, but don't worry, when we do distribute the nets, we get it to the households. Promis. I was like, vraiment? Okay, on va voir. I connected the money to the actual distribution. Okay, you say you reach 100% of the households? Okay, I'll pay you for reaching 100% of the households. I'll pay you for some other things up front, like training the people to distribute the households. I'll pay you for different things so we can, along the path. But I'll pay you for what you say you do so well. And when we paid for it, of course, then we had to verify it. Turned out no one had been verifying. And so when we finally did this, we realized, actually even before we executed, just at the design phase, when we simply said, look, we will now pay you for distribution, suddenly it turned out no one was paying attention to the distribution, and no one was verifying the data from the distribution. What I'm trying to say here is you think it's happening, but it may not be happening. You think the people you're paying, the organizations you're paying, are doing the job you want them. The irony is until you shed the spotlight of paying, of linking money to it, you actually aren't, you don't know what's happening there. And what we found is basically the processes to ensure that this is in fact happening have become like a vestigial wing, like the muscles have atrophied and the compliance muscles have gotten really muscular. So our main learning is we finally know our level of la fiabilité des données a vraiment augmenté. We really now understand what it is we have. And that's really been tremendous.
And just data viability has increased.
I think everybody wants to know.
No, it's actually it's always more complicated, right? It's always more complicated. What we found, this is very exciting. What we found was that the public facilities that were running the nets campaigns, because we were paying the public authorities to do this, they had been inflating the numbers of households over the past campaigns so that they could get more money and more nets to then sell on the black market. So they were delivering, but they were delivering for 30% more than they should have, and pocketing the rest. And I have to say, I love a good corruption scheme. Mwah.
Merci. So I think that's a good moment. I wanted to maybe pause and see if the audience has questions before continuing on this spicy little story of Aneta. If we can, do we have mics?
Hello. Start probably by introducing myself. My name is Kenza Sharat, and I'm asking my question from a research perspective. I'm conducting my PhD on result-based financing mechanism from a cost-efficient structure, seeing how these mechanisms are cost-efficient. And my question is about, you've been talking about bureaucracy on a conventional aid mode. How did that change with RBF on reducing the burden of producing paperwork, administrative work, and how it has triggered that cost of trust as well in transferring the leadership to those governments to whom you will probably keep pushing on monitoring and evaluating how that triggered this leadership initiative from those governments to have more accountability on the results. That's my first question. My second question is that we've been talking about conducting an experiment into providing those mechanisms in the markets. How would we have a kind of return on investment for these learning costs that these learning cycle that you've been talking about of 10 years or more? How can we have some kind of return on investment for a scalability purpose on having some kind of results and profitability, I would say, on those learning experience? Thank you.
Thank you. And that's a great question, the first one. And I think we were talking about whether, and that relates to Aura's earlier point in the panel, sort of, does it make the bureaucratic life more exciting, better? On the day-to-day, do you go to work and focus on your mission? Do you feel connected to that purpose? And it's interesting, I'm interested to hear. I think both from Aneta and your experience, but also Ryan, perhaps, because both of your organizations actually, in the case of Ryan, MCC is a government agency, actually. So not just a donor, but so I think that has implications as well for our government partners here, and Aneta as well. I think you're a public entity in many ways. So is that making life easier, more exciting, more motivating, or are you still having to do the paperwork?
First, I feel the requirement to say that Aneta, as a former fraud investigator, may love a good corruption scandal. We as MCC, in fact, do not love a good corruption scandal. And there is a fraud hotline if any of you happen to have any information. Our investigators will be thrilled. I will say, on the bureaucracy question and sort of how does it change the organization, I have to say, frankly, I truly have lost sleep fearing that what some of our program has done is create really strong accountability for results while still holding the same accountability for inputs and activities, which is a great recipe for more expensive programs. It may not be a perfect recipe for more sort of cost-effective programs. And I think that's an important sort of recognition that our sort of bureaucratic muscles are so strong in, maintain accountability over every dollar that's spent, that it's so hard for us to let that muscle go and feel at peace as institutions. And that is probably the biggest change management of results-based financing, but it's the sort of defining challenge is finding ways, and that's the beauty of when we can do results-based financing in a well-designed way. And I do think that some of the, when I hear sort of pushbacks or concerns, it's often like, well, I came up with this scheme in my mind and I think it's a terrible idea. And because there really is an expertise as well as an art to understanding the potential downsides of controlling every single dollar, controlling every single thing we do with our money in really minutious ways. But then also, also really controlling and only paying for results. And I think that that sort of secondary process of both the design to make sure that we're able to sort of let go of the micromanaging control of these are the exact activities you must do to get to this outcome, which is what we've always done and has not been necessarily all that effective in most public financial management and public service delivery contexts, and to allow the mechanism to sort of be to be put to use in the way that it's intended, in the way that it pays for the results and allows providers that flexibility, allows providers that adaptability to say, hey, maybe I had originally said that this was exactly what I was going to do with this money, that was the plan, but now I've realized that COVID-19 hit, our programs need to adapt. Zoom was not in our budgets in early 2020. But we had to pay for Zoom, so or whatever it may be. Sort of that adaptability is really the magic of this instrument when well done. And if you combine that with still doing the exact same bean counting approach, it's really a recipe for just more expensive programs that may be more effective, but you are sort of playing into that sort of trope, if you will, of RBF being expensive, which I really think that when you think of cost effectiveness, it really should never be.
Thank you. So this is not sounding great, but it's the reality, right? And I think in many places we see that the rules of public sectors are very rigid, and they have their reason to be rigid in many ways. And many of our champions find themselves working harder, not less, to make innovation happen, having to do the input accounting and the reports in addition, now thinking about how to define outcomes, how to actually measure them. So that raises the question of what is the role of the leadership in these institutions to create this space, and how do you create this space for innovating with systems, innovating with controls? What are the starting points of that journey that can actually make life easier for civil servants and the people on the program side?
No, just one small comment there would be, I think, maybe start small, right? Because maybe, there are existing systems that you might not be able to change them from one day to the other, but I mean, there are ongoing systems and there are ways how you pay your implementers, and you can probably always make small tweaks, and then in the end also maybe in the long run show that the organization that some of these steps are redundant. But just to add what you said before, Ryan, I think it is a pity that many organizations aren't realizing that they should let go of their muscle, and I think it's holding back also many of the founders in this space. We think that actually result-based financing should be very attractive for donors, because it allows much of the M&E to be outsourced to other organizations, and it guarantees that you pay for results, but still there are actually fairly limited actors engaging in the space, and that's a bit of a pity. Just before I give it over to you to speak about leadership, I think one other thing to say about I think in some cases even the implementing partners actually don't realize that it can make their life easier and different, at least, because we often have when we start implementing a program, we might have the implementing partners on the ground come back after, I don't know, a month or at the end of a year and just send us a very long report with all the activities they did and how they spent the money, and then we're just well, we don't know that. Spend your time really on implementing the program and delivering the results. We don't need it anymore.
I do want to say something about the maintaining the paperwork while you move. If you're doing that, you're getting it wrong. I mean, just simply because the point here is you should be. There's only 24 hours in the day, so if you're going to ask people to do 48 hours of work in 24 hours, something's going to give. So the point here is that when we move into results-based financing, what we're really trying to do, obviously we pay for some result, but we back up into the actual activities that lead to that result, and we figure out where the bottlenecks are. And we change the evidence that the entity delivering is supposed to give us in order to evidence that, in fact, they did that activity. So instead of 50 pages of paperwork, they need to give us 1 page. So we're actually rewiring, using the mechanism to rewire, to recreate the rules. Now, if you then talk to someone in finance and who says, oh, you can't do that because you need these 20 other documents. Or if you talk to an auditor who will say, no, you can't do that. And this is where leadership can come in those functions and say, look, actually, what are you really looking for? Are you looking for this document, or is this document what you have decided is proof of the activity happening? Because if you look at their rules, that's all they're looking for. They're looking for some sort of relevant, reliable, and sufficient proof. But that proof can be data. It doesn't have to be 20 documents. In fact, it's probably more relevant that it's the data than all the invoices, right? So there is a huge link between how you design your model and what paperwork you will shift, I have found. So the other thing that I just want to say is we have found that the field of risk management is extremely helpful here. I don't know if you have risk management in your organizations, but risk management is a philosophy that is the opposite of a compliance philosophy. That's what it is. And it's simply there to enable yourselves to justify why you're going to stop looking at this, even though that's what you've done forever and that's what the rules are, and instead look here. And it's the way it's articulated is to say, look, the benefits that I'm getting for looking here far outweigh the costs that I'm creating by not looking here anymore. And it gives an opportunity to balance where you're not looking and be open about it without taking without over-promising. I think part of the problem with political exposure on this stuff is that we still think we're supposed to live up to perfection. And risk management is about giving you the opportunity to say, in order to win here, I'm willing to take the risk of these failures. And you say that up front, such that when those failures do happen, you can't be, what effectively is you say, yes, I knew that. And so from a political standpoint, and certainly from an auditing standpoint, that's entirely appropriate.
Thank you. Perhaps I'll move to the next question. I think, Bernard, you had your hands up first. Okay.
Bonjour tout le monde. Tout d'abord, merci beaucoup.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank MCA for organizing this workshop, which provides us with a fantastic opportunity to exchange with our colleagues abroad. My comment will speak to 2 points. The first one speaks to what Mrs. Aneta mentioned, pertaining to risk management here in Morocco. Allow me to introduce myself, Mrs. Rishdi, agroeconomist, responsible for external financing within the Ministry of Agriculture. When it comes to risk mapping, it exists at the sectorial level. We have institutions. We have a governance body which focuses on this. We have a internal management and expenditure management department. We even have ISO 901 certifications, which means that we are really well connected with what's happening abroad. But before we exchange our experience as agro sector, given the international profile of some of the speakers, I would like to provide some background to what is happening here in Morocco. Our governance bodies are well regarded abroad, and we ensure our objectives are aligned. We have a new development model which is managed by the head of government. There is synergy between sectoral strategies, which each sector having its own strategy, but these are coordinated. And we ensure that as we ensure the alignment of these different strategies, ultimately focusing on the needs of the different populations, be they in the capital or in the most isolated rural communities. Our strategies is based on a participatory approach in which we have defined the needs of small farmers and the most vulnerable areas. We have two gears, two speeds, one for large farms that are connected to the big international market, and small-scale private farmers. Speaking now to the international financing RBF. We have experiments since 2017 in our department. We are the first sector to have garnered experience on RBF with World Bank support, which focused on building the value chain in the agro-industrial sector, and was quite successful and led to further investment by other donors to apply this kind of financing mechanisms, in particular AFDA, the African Bank, the AFED, and since 2010 we have two strategies. So the Plan Maroc Vert 2020 and the successor, the Generation Green strategies, which have allowed to raise funds about $1 billion on a RBF model. So we'd be delighted to share our lessons learned with everyone, and I think it's a fantastic experience. Returning now to the point you made about paperwork, I think there is a balance to be found, as paperwork allows for to secure the transition of funds, given the large amounts of money involved and the fact that the funds want to ensure that the funds do reach their ultimate recipients. So we have governance and accountability and control and surveillance mechanisms which are well established, and which leads me to say also that the Department of Agriculture has managed over the last 10 years a wide variety of projects with 19 donors on RBF. We are now finalizing the project that I mentioned about strengthening the value chain on irrigation, small farmers, training, and the new strategy has this in particular, that it focuses on the human element, which is at the heart of the development, and we are therefore looking to build capacity of the human element. One of the actions which are one of the indicators for the disbursement of fund and the subject of an important focus by donors, and the World Bank is one of the leaders on this issue. And I'd be delighted to share with you our experience in this field. Thank you very much for the organization of this workshop and the choice of this theme. Thank you. Any other questions?
Two quick questions. One to Annette, one to. So on the back of the paperwork, I would want to know if you could share, throw more light on that. In countries where you support, where you have done result-based financing from the Global Fund, do the project funds, are they subject to public financial management regulations of the beneficiary countries, or it is always subordinated to simpler one from Global Fund? And if that is the case, if you could just share briefly on how you're able to negotiate that so that they subordinate to the public financial management weight. And then to flexibility and adaptability of RBF instruments, as we all know. How does that work with operational regulations or the standard operating procedures in most countries? And from the perspective of Ghana, as a private actor, as a third party, as a service provider, there are certain regulations that you have to operate within. How do we negotiate that RBF and flexibility, adaptability, agility of RBF instrument, and innovation, of course, within those laid down regulations? If you can throw some light on that. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. So I think the overall gist I understand is how do you negotiate with existing systems, right? Like how do you, because ultimately recognizing, I think that we're trying to change the way of working, and the current way of working is fairly well defined sometimes with clear regulations and rules. So it's an interesting framing that we're negotiating the ways of working. So I'm curious, Michael, perhaps you want to start, or whoever wants to start on the flexibility point, and then we can go to the very interesting paperwork point.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely need to respect the local rules, right? Like, so we definitely, I guess you could also see result-based financing in some cases to create some perverse incentives, and of course we need to also still like understand the local context and make sure that implementing such a program wouldn't generate like some perverse incentives where we would go against the law. I think that's clear. How you would then change it, I guess you also need to work together with like local counterparts in how this can all be done in practice.
But perhaps in projects where you have had more sort of like governments trying to pay for results or donors trying to pay for results, have you observed this tension between wanting to prescribe what needs to happen or define what needs to happen and actually giving full flexibility? And anyone can really pick up on that. Ryan, I know the MCC also faces these challenges sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it gets to a little bit of the sort of both questions as well as my earlier intervention, the reality that structures, rules, guidelines exist for a reason and they're effective. In some sense, I often like to say, because we've spent, government and governance has built up around financing activities for hundreds of years, right? And so it does that relatively well, and which is one sort of nuance I would like to sort of draw from. I think the sort of, I jokingly referred to Aneta's references to, where there are actually corruption scandals going on, and that's why, you have receipts but you don't have results. I think that's actually a very small part of today's development paradigm. It's not what I've seen here, certainly in Morocco, which is that in fact, we are doing a good job of largely managing the money, making sure that the money is actually flowing to what it's supposed to be flowing to, that there's not money being diverted, that things are actually being achieved and accomplished. But often there's the disconnect that I referred to at the very beginning, which is that we're finishing the trainings, we're finishing the extension services, we're even, in some cases finishing an irrigation canal, a piece of infrastructure. And yet we're left with surveys that tell us actually the farmers' lives may not have been changed by all those inputs that we just lined up and we effectively delivered. And I think that's where there are some cases, others not so much, but there's some cases where focusing on that eventual outcome and sort of being less and I do really think one of the things we as a donor who, is based out of Washington, really loves about the idea of giving flexibility to a Ministry of Agriculture who knows a lot more about what is actually needed than certainly we do. And then, having a structure, a P4R is one that has been shown to be relatively effective, but that allows, whether at the local level territorially or at the central level, but in the country versus us who are even further away, to actually be able to adapt activities and structures. So it's not necessarily even just a question of money not being spent on the things it should be spent on, but maybe the things we're spending them on are not the right things to get to the results. So I don't think that's an answer to all of those questions, but it's all a little bit bundled.
So maybe let me see if there's other questions in the room before continuing. Yes, and let's get a few questions if there are. Yes.
Thank you. Actually, it's not a question, but just a brief idea about our experience. We had this contract with the MCC on FBR program, on employability program. As you can see, the common thing, whether it is education, employment, or health, it's about a social work. And it's going to work when people implicated or actors in it are committed to it and believe in it. And with the MCC, it did work with us. We did achieve our results. And it is not because of our effort, but it is because of the ecosystem around it. And it is the funder, it is the cabinet in charge of training us and follow up. It is the audit, the third party. It is the beneficiaries that we did a lot of work with. And of course, it is even the employers that we could convince. And they have tried our, excuse me for the term, they have tried our product, probably 10 or 12 beneficiaries, and they found them a good profiles and they became addicted. And in the process, when we started it, it is like expensive, time-consuming to build this ecosystem, but once set up, it becomes so smooth. And when it comes to bureaucracy around it and paperwork, I think it is quite reasonable, It's to the minimum, and it is because the professionals around it, whether from the MCA, whether from Istiglio and other institutions, they are very conscious about making it easy, efficient, and being helpful and committed to it. That's what did help us through those past years. And I think now we had been contracted on a second pilot with the NDH on many provinces on Morocco, and it is just as a result of the previous one we had with the MCA. And I think it's time for this to be enlarged and on a nationwide scale. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you for attending the international seminar and all the great ideas that you shared with us. I want to share a perspective real quick. My previous internship was in Parliament of Morocco, and I had the opportunity to attend a meeting that was with the Global Bank, La Banque Mondiale, and it was about implementing water on the rural areas. Well, actually, the project was for about 3 years in total, and on that meeting, they were talking about results. well, surprisingly, the results that they were aiming to attend, they didn't attend it. And it was like the minimum that they reached on that project. And I still remember very, very well an employee from the Global Bank that was saying, okay, so what should we do in order to be able to attend the realization that we initially agreed on. So those group from the parliament were leaving, and there is another people that will come because they change like every 5 years, so there is no continuity whatsoever. And I didn't found that with my current internship that I'm with MCC. And Mr. Ryan Moore can back me on this. I guess what is new about MCC, because I found like really, I came to like the end of the compact that is really, really soon. So I found many real realization that it's obvious that you can measure. They really attended so many concrete realizations, which is different from the previous experience that I had with Global Bank. And I think that what is new about their system of management is when they are in any country, once they are there, they create an MCA from the actual like citizen of this country, so that they can deal with partners, which is really, really effective. And they are, MCC is there always, giving trainings, necessary monitoring, necessary like control, and they work in collaboration with MCA of, for example, here in Morocco, for example, in Niger, it's MCA of Niger. So I guess that's why they have concrete realization. And I guess that Miss Anita can also like we could generalize what they are, what MCC is doing, probably in your entity as well.
Thank you. So perhaps as we think of wrapping up, I wanted to pose the question, kind of looking forward. What is your hope and vision for where this goes from here, for your organization, but also for just the broader practice of results-based financing? What role do you think it has in the future? After the last few years of trying this practice. Maybe I can start with you, Anita, and then Ryan.
Am I allowed to 2 seconds to answer a question or no? Well, I don't think it's about aligning the systems, which I think is kind of connected with the vision. I think so. I think you're probably there are ways in which lightening up on certain regulatory requirements is easier in your existing world than in others. For example, if you're contracting service providers, you probably have a lot more maneuver under your regulatory structure than if you were operating, say, entering your within your own ministerial or public health system, or public system in general. So it does make sense to find the openings where inherently the system is easier, I think, as the first step. And what we've realized is that we need to track where the barriers, the regulatory barriers are, and then actually engage the control functions and the compliance functions that create those regulatory barriers. And that is a longer-term engagement. But this is where I think the leadership point comes in, where this is no longer just a conversation between, say, your own ministry and the politicians and the leadership in your ministry, but it's about conversation with them and the Ministry of Finance, the internal control functions that you were talking about within your own ministry, the Supreme Audit Agency, and really start engaging that conversation at a higher level, because at the end of the day, rules are made by men, and men can change rules. But that will take longer, and that's actually what I'm doing right now. I'm actually changing the rules of our organization, rewiring the regulatory framework right now so that we can actually apply these models not just as pilots, but also as a regular business. And that is actually the vision. The vision is that this is what we do. That's our business model, punto. And that we don't have to go through exception processes as a result. But I can tell you, we could not have gotten there if we hadn't had our auditors on board. And our board of directors. Hope that was helpful.
In terms of a sort of vision of where I think both we as Millennium Challenge Corporation can go, as well as what I hope this sort of incipient community of practice of people around this room, online, as well as others, are able to sort of catalyze and empower is actually building exactly on what Aneta just said, which is making the process of acquisition, the process of managing financial money, managing government resources, financial assets, is that we can actually have a partnership between the people who understand how money moves and how it can be tracked, and the people who have the technical skills and expertise to understand whether or not moving it in this way will actually get to the thing we care about, or whether it will just create a very nice paper trail to make sure that the auditors are happy. I have seen that, and I think that's where I'm hopeful. Even though some of this conference is different people here venting some of the challenges we've seen or the fears that we have, our own sort of personal traumas, but rather that I have seen this partnership where, whether it be the Central Ministry of Finance, I think we saw this to some degree in Sierra Leone in our RBF program, as well as here in Morocco, opening a dialogue that's not just what was your budget this year, and what will it be next year, but opening a dialogue around what do we jointly as, the public administration want to achieve, and what are ways in which we can do this. And some of those may be building up from, based on costs and built in ways that are pretty traditional, and you can still do wonderful things that way. But sometimes it allows for a conversation in which it's not adversarial between, you're the bad, mean money person, and I'm the brilliant person with the big ideas who can tell you how to solve all the problems, right? In fact, some of our best programs have come from the people who know how to spend money, and they say, well, actually, if you do this, you're likely to have a partner who's engaged in a way that's productive. And if you do it this other way, your partner's always going to be behind the ball and is always, the service delivery is always going to be dragging because they're stuck in a cash flow problem. So there is a lot of hope that I have that sort of creating those relationships between what we might call the compliance functions of public financial management and the technical desire to see the world changing, right? To see rural livelihoods, to see people better matched to the job that they end up working in, actually putting their skills to good use, things like that. So I'm optimistic, even though a lot of our sort of inner demons come out of all the challenges that it changes, what happens when we're trying to change.
And for us, just as a future outlook, I think it's about scale. We're a philanthropic organization, and I think it's great if the philanthropic sector is using result-based financing. But we also realize that if we really want to scale result-based financing, obviously, and you're all aware of that, but it also needs to involve the public sector. If you just look at the spending, I think the philanthropic sector spends around 150 billion per year. If you look at the public sector social spending, that's roughly 17 trillion, so that's more than 100 times more. So I think we also want to contribute to helping governments in adopting result-based financing. I think one way how we can do that is that we show how good looks like. We can have smaller projects where we demonstrate how good result-based financing projects could look like. And we do this, for example, now where we also use result-based financing for nature-based solutions, where we targeted biodiversity outcomes or also climate outcomes. And I think another thing is then also that I think philanthropy can also help like to take up some of these upfront costs of result-based financing. And so we also have certain programs which provide like funding to organizations which have great ideas and now need to work on the design. And so we have, for example, the Outcomes Accelerator there, which is providing funding to these organizations and these projects.
Okay, thank you. With that, I think we'll wrap up this panel. I just want to take the chance to thank you for coming all the way here from very far for some of us. And thank you to the audience for your questions and comments and remarks. And thank you for, again, the MCA to allowing us to do this. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Avnish. Merci.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all the panelists. We're going to start right away the last session. And I call upon Mrs. Dalal Azizi, Mrs. Pauline Kuriti. They're going to present the tools as part of NDH and MCC results-based funding or financing. Can you hear me? Great. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm delighted to be part of this last panel, which is kind of introduction for tomorrow, as we will focus tomorrow on the Moroccan experience. Let me provide you a brief overview regarding the Moroccan experience with the RBF. We are going here through this chronology on the screen, go through what you have implemented since 2015. And my name is Pauline Kuriti. I'm Syrian associate at Stiglio at our RABAT office. I'm delighted to have with us some faces where I know quite well. I hope this will be of interest to you. So we'll go back to 2015. Diagnosis was conducted by the Ministry of Employment to inform the new national employment strategy. The aim of the diagnosis is to provide the big trends of the labor market in Morocco. And I think that the challenges have been rightly highlighted today. The results, the conclusions of this diagnosis was quite striking, with the high level unemployment, especially youth unemployment between 18 and 35 years old, which represents about 15 to 25%, with the gender dimension, women being more impacted by unemployment. And the last conclusion is that the youth and the women, most vulnerable groups, are impacted by long-term unemployment. Now, regarding the characteristics of unemployment, some offer and demand points were highlighted. We know the importance of the informal sector, providing many jobs, but precarious and not so much productive jobs compared to the formal sector. Also, competencies did not match the needs in employment, and also mechanisms trying to integrate the graduate unemployed. And on that basis, the ministries set up a national strategy for employment, first focusing more and more on the vulnerable groups and starting from offer and demand, promoting a more productive employment and strengthening public policies, especially in the field of intermediation, especially, which is very important regarding RBF. So in parallel to the national strategy for employment, collaboration agreement was signed between the United States of America and the Kingdom of Morocco with $450 million in order to build the capacities of the most vulnerable populations, adopting a result-based approach. And in 2016, MCA wondered if this result-based approach meets the needs identified regarding employment in Morocco. So the RBF mechanism, before adopting it, a feasibility study was conducted in order to answer the following question: does RBF capable of responding to the employment needs in Morocco? And the response was very positive. These are the arguments stemming from the feasibility study. First, RBF in the field, in employment field, and based on the international experiences, this is not new, and it has shown its efficiency based on programs in Australia, United Kingdom, and the Netherlands. Now, going back to the national context, when we conduct a feasibility study, we take into consideration different aspects: political aspects, technical ones, and legal ones. We talked about compliance in the previous panel. And at the political level, Morocco tends to easily integrate the results-based approach more easily. And also within the new human development plan, it is highlighted that we should adopt more approaches based on results. Now, technically, Morocco was not discovering RBF approaches because the Moroccan Employment Agency already used RBF for some programs, such as a intermediation program, which indeed paid service providers on that basis. So within the Moroccan practices, the RBF was known, and the ANAPEC agency was convinced that RBF could be sustainable in time because the operators had the capacities, the knowledge, and the territorial management to disseminate RBF. So a quite favorable setting at the beginning. Yet there were difficulties to have RBF positive for all, and the feasibility studies showed there were some difficulties, especially two main ones. The first is that insertion was very limited despite the program. This is like tying program to train job seekers in companies that would help them find an adapted job, and this shows that the integration rates were between 35 and 45%, which is quite insufficient. Second difficulty is that for vulnerable populations we were talking about at the beginning, we no longer have, or very few programs dedicated to vulnerable groups. ANAPEC programs were more focused more on graduate unemployed instead of focusing on the rural areas. Yet there were some initiatives in order to have adapted programs to the vulnerable groups. I can mention here one program called Integral integration, but yet because of the lack of competencies in the field, that program was stopped. This study showed that the context was favorable, but yet with some difficulties. The next step for the study is to understand what are the reasons behind such difficulties and answer the question, could a RBF mechanism help solve such difficulties? Now, through many interviews with different actors within the Ministry of APT and ANAPEC, and also with services providers, national ones and international ones, this helped us to find the following causes. The first one is the weakness of insertion. There are three causes. I explained before that regarding the programs developed by APPROACHES, there's one which was about the fees based on insertion, and through our interviews with some service providers, we realized that the money they got through training provision, they had enough to for them to have this as a profitable activity, and they had enough money out of this to continue their business model. Second, these service providers were seasoned professionals, but did not have enough experience in intermediation in order to know the labor basin and stick to the needs of the market. So they focused more on training, were not listening enough to the market in order to help the trained get integrated. And second, as a whole, quality was lacking. And these such training sessions, were they of good quality? And as well, we should ask question, were they adapted and matching the needs on the labor market? Now, regarding vulnerable groups and their integration, a main cause was highlighted, especially through the interviews with ANAPEC, the employment agency. This agency had difficulties to go into partnerships with the NGOs working with the vulnerable populations within Morocco. And indeed, we had why that was difficult with the NGO ecosystems, because first this ecosystem was not very mature, and there was a pilot program of the ANAPEC to integrate long-term unemployed, and they realized that when they launched call for bids, not many NGOs knew the market and knew how to manage that type of program. Second, whatever the program, RBF or any other program conducted with the government, the technical aspects were not so much taken into consideration. So these NGOs were risk they had risk aversion and did not know much about how things functioned. So this system could be qualified as not mature enough, and NGOs, some of them could not cover all the national territory and deal with all the vulnerable groups, and did not have enough striking power, if I may say. So, as I said before, there are the procedures were not flexible enough when it comes to any program conducted with the government, and this is risky business regarding payment deadlines, and this cannot be borne by most of the NGOs. So the question here, once we have highlighted the difficulties and the reasons behind these difficulties, the question is to know if a RBF pilot program could provide an response. And the answer is yes, and they explained why it is so. First, when we go back to the difficulties I have identified, If I may recall, the service providers indeed get enough money through training provision, and they are not much interested in integration. But with RBF, we will modify the percentages of what is paid to set objectives which are ambitious and attainable, but also will make the service provider change their business model so that they could get the part of the funds related to the integration, so it will be worthwhile on their part to do the efforts. And these service providers were experts in training, but not enough in intermediation. So we will change the business model of such service providers for them to change the way they conduct their business in order to focus more on integration. So RBF will focus more on the results, and we're not prescriptive regarding the way to achieve such results. We do not say we need to conduct such or such training. We leave the freedom to each service provider to choose his preferred way according to the type of population, geography, especially that we had COVID, and this indeed left much margin to the service providers. And also, in order to provide an answer through RBF, we need to take into consideration quality metrics, quality control, in order to have homogeneous quality for all trainings provided. Also, the procedures are not smooth, and I think that regarding the pilot experiences, we will have a monitoring and evaluation mechanism in order to reduce the burden on those conducting the administrative follow-up. I'll give the floor now to my colleague Dalal, who is going to talk about the MCA pilot's experience. Well, the RBF pilot we have been talking about. You have this timeline in front of you. We took stock of the situation. Pauline explained how this pilot approach responds to different issues mentioned. First phase, that's what I will talk about more in detail in this session. There's a first phase about design, followed by the implementation phase. For the design phase, with all the institutional actors and the partners, MCA-Morocco, the Ministry of Economic Institution, and APEC, we then designed and defined all the technical elements. I will present in detail. You'll see that this is quite long. It includes the selection of service providers and different elements needed to be set up before implementation, which started in 2020. Now, let me present the RBF tool which has been set up in Morocco.
And the tool which was implemented is contract-based, performance-based contract with specific payment indicators and payment conditions, and support an independent auditor verifies results to ensure that payers can deliver the payment. Furthermore, Instiglio, us, provides technical assistance at every step of the way, even before the from inception to implementation, monitoring the performance of providers and payments. In more detail now, I will speak to the design of this pilot and the different constituent elements, including the target population, the intervention schemes, the payment structures, and the verification. First element, the target population for this pilot, it was agreed to focus on young between 18 and 35 who are neither employed or in training. And with a specific focus on long-term unemployed, not those who've just left the school, but those who've already been or unemployed for 3 or 6 months or more, and not freshly graduated, but those who have spent longer on the unemployment rosters, and fragile population to ensure that a minimum of people are with a special focus on women and the non-graduates. These populations, which as was highlighted before, require further support. When it comes to the intervention now, apologies, here we go. We'll start at the top. We identify the activities, the intermediate results, and the final results on how this pilot will operate. I think the stages are quite intuitive for all those who are familiar with the sector. Will, however, very quickly describe them. So the first part, the identification of market needs and the promotion of the program to seek partnerships for the employment and eventually identify the beneficiaries, which is the next stage, and the insertion and maintaining them in employed positions, and what is accepted and the criteria for each definition. And we will focus on these with the payment conditions. I can see Annette circling. These were the questions Annette was interested in. And as Pauline was saying, what was defined here is the main stages, which were shared with the service providers, but these providers had the flexibility to define specifically what they would do. And there was a minimum number of soft skill training, which was required, as this was identified as crucial in the upstream studies, but the service providers could define their own programs in the way that they felt was most appropriate to their target population. Payment indicators now. We focused on 3 payment indicators. The first is that it's kind of an intermediary. A second, which is insertion, but also intermediary. And the third indicator was 6 months employment. And this trying to find a balance between indicators on which service providers have a good control, but when it comes to employ 6 months or midterm employment, they have only limited impact and cannot check or ensure that an employee maintains employed for 6 months. So some indicators are fully under the service provider's controls and others are not. And obviously the ideal outcome is the long-term employment, and the 6-month employment is the closest we can realistically achieve to our ideal outcome. The final component is is the payment structured to provide an appropriate incentive. The first column is for providers with a high risk, the others with a lower risk. Why was this done? As you saw in the first slide, we had eight different providers, some NGOs, some larger than others. We therefore wanted to provide a payment structure that was better tailored to this variety of NGOs, all the while providing them with the opportunity to reach program objectives while reducing risks. The first part is 20% pre-financing to provide them with basic float for them to operate, and then 30 or 40% for training, 25 for insertion, and 20 and 15 for employment. Another important information pertains to the price versus cost. What we suggest here does not allow the providers to recoup all their costs just by training, as this was what was being done by previous program and led to NGOs focusing only on training. So at the training stage, they might only get 70 or 80% of the costs outlaid, which means provides them with an incentive to focus on the ultimate result, which is 6-month employment. So that's the payment structure implemented for the pilot, and as you can see, the main part is focused on result, 50% on the first profile and the rest on the second profile, which is only for insertion. The last element of this design, which focuses on the verification, which is obviously a crucial component. There are multiple stages in the verification. The initial verification is not to the stages, but to the profile of the beneficiaries to ensure that these were indeed long-term unemployed. And we therefore focus on what has been done and how it was done, and mostly through data by the CNSS, which is the National Health the Health Insurance Fund. And the rest is verified by documents provided by the youth or by the National Employment Agency, ANIPEC. And these three indicators which were defined, the first pertaining to training, it's the only indicator where we use a non-digital mechanism, whereas everything else is directly submitted through the platform created at inception. But there are also surprise visits which are organized to ensure that training is delivered as scheduled and planned. And the 6-month employment is done through the CNSS, again data, and the data provided by ANIPEC. So this is the snap a screenshot of the platform used, which provides real-time data on the progress and is an integral part of the performance evaluation mechanism. So to summarize, that's the target population focused on the target population was young 18 to 35 and a vulnerable population of women and non-graduates. Activities were focused on training and insertion, with the results targeting were that of not only insertion but midterm employment. With roughly 5,000 people trained, 3,500 people inserted, and 2,800 people still employed 6 months later. So these were the targets, sorry. And we will now look at how these objectives were realized. Thank you very much, Dalal. Tomorrow we'll be focusing in more detail on this MCA pilot with a dedicated panel tomorrow afternoon, focusing on all the lessons learned. So this is just a first introduction, and we will be delving in more detail tomorrow. If we continue now this time traveling, and especially in the light as what the Honourable Minister said, pilots, it's great, but you need to think about scaling it up to ensure the sustainability of the achieved success. One of the other interventions, actions, was to focus on the institutionalization of the RFB approach. So we now have this timeline from 2016 to 2022 with our partners Ministry of Employment and APPROASHES, National Employment Agency. So as that the actors could become responsible for their own programs and follow on with other ministries such as the Agricultural Ministry, whom we heard of just before. I wanted to provide a quick overview of what we have done with our institutional partners, in particular APPROASHES, where we focused on 4 areas. First, to reboot the performance management system and to provide better defined objectives and KPIs to prove the efficiency of program. The second element we worked on was a tool for the evaluation of the service providers, aiming to first institutionalize performance as a selection criteria, whereas before we would focus on past performance, and we knew that past provider had been good, wasn't considered, whereas now we were looking at selecting only the better performing providers, while providing access for new providers as well, which led to quite a bit of complexity. Ultimately, the idea was to reward the most performing and then impose a certification program which would allow us to measure the performance of each provider so as to provide a more intelligent or better informed choice for future programs, and impose a certification based on the performance of the better providers. The other aspect was the reform of the TAIL programs, both in terms of procedures, so through the redefinition and simplification of procedures, the simplification of selection criteria for providers and recipients, the different metrics for payment and verification to avoid duplication of efforts, and automate as much as possible. And in parallel, ANAPEC was also trying to reduce red tape and paperwork, physical paperwork being transferred from one department to the other. And the maximum contribution was also reviewed. In particular, we focused on the differentiation of the maximum contribution depending on the profile of the beneficiary, depending on, for example, where they lived and the kind of work they were looking for. The last aspect is that of devolution, or decentralization or regionalization, to provide local authorities with more autonomy in the design of their own programs through the publication and distribution of a guide that was cascade training to regional heads for them to share it with their teams. We also looked at the incentives to which ANAPEC agents were submitted within local agencies. That's for the ANAPEC. And now I will focus on the work that we have done with the Minister for Economic Inclusion, Small Enterprises, and competence development. Here it was different with the ANAPEC, which is more of a implementation agency. Here in this case, we focused on the development of a toolbox that the minister could share and encourage the sharing of. That included 5 key tools. A results framework, which would make the list of all the possibly expected results. What can be expected of service providers when they do an employment program. The second tool, and they all told all together, they complete each other. What are the prices that would be applied for each of these results, and how the price would be calculated? This, with a flexible tool, can be used across different programs. The third tool focused on verification mechanisms to have a transparent verification of results, requires good practices which are not necessarily already implemented or easy to implement, and the idea was to support implementation with a practical guide saying what are the results and how we can define the prices and how you can check them. We also provided a more comprehensive RFB guide to share and promote the RBF approach from inception to development. And the final tool was a mapping of the service providers who can be approached in support of the implementations, which led to a mapping of the ecosystem, both private sector and NGO sector, so as to provide a number of established actors that could be approached to implement a program, be it RFB or not. RBF, sorry, or not. So these were the tools deployed for ANAPEC. So this was the first pilot in 2016. And it is interesting to note that in 2020, the first program had already shown its worth and had raised interest amongst other actors, including INDH, National Initiative for Human Development, and the Department of the Ministry of Interior, who had itself a component focused on employment of needs, those who are not in education, employment, or training, and reached out to Estiglio to design its own RBF program and reach out to these young people. So this pilot is very similar to the MCA pilot, so I will now focus on the differences between the MCA pilot and the INDH pilot. If you look at the MCA pilot, there was a single donor, there were a number of service providers, and one verifier. Here, in the INDH pilot, was a coordinator, but each of the 23 provinces of the kingdom signed its own performance contract with the providers it had selected. So therefore, we have multiple contracts to manage, which obviously adds a degree of complexity, but also allows for better appropriation by local actors of this RBF mechanism. So good for an evil, if you can say. It also built on the MCA program, as the same providers selected for the MCA program were also competent to deal with this program and provided through some similar mechanisms as well. Our coordinator, Instiglio, also helped from inception to delivery. Now, focusing on the specificities of the INDH program, we were focusing on 18 to 35 needs, but had to have been registered on, but didn't need to be registered with the CNNSS website. So another slight difference from the MCA program. Here they had two elements, extra elements within the target population, with at least 70% being non-graduates and 70% being long-term unemployed. Without delving into too much detail concerning operation, it was only 12 months, which had an impact on the metrics of payment and measurement. We also focused on the insertion of an internship, which did not exist in MCA, and the number of hours of soft skills training, considering they needed it more than people who had graduated. When it comes to payment controls, it's the same mechanisms. We have training, insertion, maintenance. We have two, as you can see, one in one month and one 3 months to dilute the risk borne by the providers. We reduced it to 3 months, considering the program lasted only 12 months, unlike the MCA program, which was multi-year. This is the payment structure. I think the main difference with the MCA pilot, when it comes to insertion and maintenance, what we called here the final results, we had between 40 to 50%. With INDH, it was a bit more ambitious. If you look at 1 month employment, 3 month employment, it reaches 60%. So there is more risk the service providers bear a further risk as there's more focus on insertion. The next two slides focus on the similar topics, what were the eligibility, the verification criteria when it comes both to eligibility and training. Without going into too much detail, what's important here is that we were able to provide the data from the CNSS data, the National Health Insurance Scheme. And also, last point, which was very important and designed specifically for this INDH, there was the monitoring and performance evaluation platform where the tools were adapted to each actor who used different Google tools to provide data before all data being centralized in a single Google Drive folder and a dashboard being established on the basis of this data almost in real time, which provided more flexibility, adaptability to reach out to each actor and stakeholder, and almost in real-time access to data without sometimes data is provided but it becomes a black box and you don't really know what's happening, but whereas here there was a visible output for all concerned from the start. So to recap, young population, non-graduate, a system which focused on providers who had already partaken in the first MCA pilot, and a focus on soft skills training, results focused on insertion. And here are the key figures. With roughly $2 million US dollars budget and a payment based on the results, not only insertion, but the long-term or short-term, mid-term employment of youth, of the target population, sorry. The last action and this calendar here, which is already quite full, on the same model of this MCA and INDH, we had very similar support along two parallel pathways. We supported the INDH pilot program while working with INDH teams to focus on more cross-cutting themes that would allow for the better that would encourage the deployment of RBF across the ministry. This was done in 4 domains. The first, similarly to the previous program, was the revision of performance management to sustainably collect and analyze data across the different programs managed by the INDH, which is quite a big data set. We wanted to focus beyond advisory role. We wanted to ensure this would cascade down to the local actors with multiple training with not only the national representatives but also the regional representatives who enjoy training on performance management systems. And it was these cascading trainers were managing for the performance contracts, and they were directly involved in the implementation of this new knowledge pertaining to RBF and performance management. The third aspect of our support for the INDH was a review of their entrepreneurship program, specifically coming to the solidarity economy. The third program of INDH focuses on employability, where the main action focused on this pilot program I've just presented, but also focused on entrepreneurship and social and solidarity economy, where actions were already underway. And the INDH has also approached Instiglio to review these programs and measure and evaluate their performance, what was working, what were the constraints, and what lessons could be learned for future action. And there was much learned that was quite interesting, but we can't delve with here. But it did open the door to a broader reflection within INDH on their future approaches to these issues. And in the following weeks, month, we will be finalizing our efforts. Focused on the development of a long-term strategic vision about its target population today, its target population tomorrow, and this was developed, this was made beyond purely RBF. It included an internal and an external audit to understand strengths, weaknesses, as well as a critical look at the employment market and what was done in terms of employability to ensure that INDH would not only complement what was existing, but already would also add value to its own action. So we hope that the strategic repositioning will bear fruit in the coming years. The floor is yours again, Dalal, for the conclusion.
Merci. Ok, parfait. Le pupitre mostre.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm getting stressed here. Well, great. Well, you can see now what we've done during the 3 years with the MCA-Morocco, with many projects implemented, 2 pilot projects directly with the beneficiaries and the other actions with the institutional actors themselves. Now I'm going to present you with the results of our work. I will start with the quantitative results for the 2 pilot projects, but I do not want us to focus merely on the 2 pilots and the qualitative results. I think that the work we've done is much wider. We'll talk about the outlook and what we have been able to implement regarding mindset change in Morocco, and I invite you to attend tomorrow during the session with the Moroccan institutional actors which have enabled this program to be implemented, and this will give you an idea about the way things were implemented. So I'll see you tomorrow morning. So let me start with the quantitative results first. For MC1 pilot, a first performance which is quite honorable regarding the results. We have been beyond the set objective. And regarding employment integration, and the results have been more than 78% and 77% respectively. So let's have a look at the best service provider. It is Amedist. Congratulations to Amedist. We are not surprised. So they are beyond the training and integration results. And let me provide some benchmarking here. So the integration heal rate is between 35 and 45%. For Amedis, the rate is 62%. So it is far better than heal rate. And this is a results we would like to see replicated. For INDH, here are the results to December, at the end of December, we are up to 80% for the training results, about 38% for integration. Same thing for the MCA-1 pilot. We have different service providers around the Moroccan territory. Let's have a look at the different service providers. Who is the best? Once again, it is Amethyst. So for the training results, we are they are beyond the set objectives, and for keeping up the job, it is over the objective. So the candidates stay in their position for more than the 3 first months. This is beyond what was sought, given the quality, the job quality that was provided to these job seekers. So let me go back to the elements presented at first by Pauline. What are the objectives of this pilot and why we wanted to implement it? First, we wanted to generate data regarding prices structure in order to understand what lies behind. This pilot enabled us to come out with the first benchmark and fine-tune the prices structure. Today we understand better the reasons behind how we could indeed motivate service providers to seek expected results. So we have tested the different models here, and for the best service provider, the integration rate is about 70%, a very good rate reached through this program. Now, regarding the program quality part, if when we add the dimension of keeping up the job, we could indeed implement the same learning, and we could also set up quotas for vulnerable persons to be included in the program. And last, I arrive at the platform. This is the way we call it amongst our partners. This enables us to have efficiency gains through verification and performance follow-up. All this is done on the platform, which enables us to achieve efficiency gains. For verification methods, what I already said is that a good part of verification is done through the platform, which enables us to check a higher number of cases. So this enabled us to find answers to the questions raised at the beginning, and we have different quantitative performance models regarding the design, issues related to gender, and how we put that pilot in place. So to answer these questions, we will have a session the afternoon tomorrow to go into details regarding technical learning from this pilot project. I would like to go back to my first message. This is not to focus only on the number of people integrated and kept through their positions through this pilot, but also to see the work that has been conducted, that we have presented to you quite quickly, but this enabled us to create a community. We will tomorrow discuss this with other actors. So indeed, maybe this is the most important result for the work we have been able to do for 6 years now, with MCA-Morocco and other institutional actors. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much to Dalal and Pauline for this introduction, introducing the Moroccan experience regarding the results-based financing. As Dalal said, we will discuss further tomorrow with our public partners for the MCA India's projects. Now we are at the end of our first day. I would like to thank you for your attending and for your active participation to the different sessions of our seminar. There's a cafe break outside. We wish to see you tomorrow to continue our discussion of the Moroccan and African experiences regarding results-based financing mechanisms. Thank you.